Well, welcome to the ladies and gentlemen online, and what a pleasure to have everyone online. I see that everyone's coming into the room. I'll just do some housekeeping while everyone's coming in. We're about to listen to Scott Picken, our leader here at Wealth Migrate, speak about diversification, and we're all very, very excited. This is one of our big events. We're looking to end off the year, so it's going to be a big one. So for those online, I would like to actually start engaging with you online. So let's get the chat going. So where's everyone coming from? Let's see. Let's see. Here we've got South Africa, America, UK, and everyone coming through. There we go. Well, yeah. Let's get that chat going. Sure. There's a lot of ladies, a lot of gentlemen coming here. Sure, I can't keep up. Well, welcome to you. Scott Picken is going to be joining us in the next 5 minutes, well, 2 minutes basically. And I'd like to find out who of you online has listened to Scott before. I know that we've got a lot of people joining us tonight. So I'm interested to know, have you listened to Scott before? Have you joined us at one of our events? Have you watched him on stage yet? For those who don't know who Scott is, Scott's been around in the financial space, marrying technology and real estate for the last 2 decades. He's been rubbing shoulders with the big boys, Tony Robbins, Ann Wilson, Simon Zuski. A lot of you have joined us from these communities. So we're all very excited to welcome you here. So yeah, with no further ado, I wanted to just welcome Scott to our stage. Scott shares a lot of wisdom here from diversification and also how to actually build a plan B for us. So Scott, are you ready to rock and roll tonight?
Hello, Alexa, and hello, everyone. Wonderful to have you all here, and thanks so much for being online, wherever you are in the world, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening. I can see there's lots of people from all over the place. So I don't know what acronym I'll refer to when I talk about breakfast, lunch, or dinner, but for me, it's the evening time, so I'm going to focus on the evening. But Alex, thanks for the introduction. And yeah, I hope everyone's ready. We've got an exciting masterclass to go through, and I think let's rock and roll right into it because there's a lot to share, a lot of information. And what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be going through the 5 important lessons that we can learn from the wealthiest and most sophisticated investors. I'm also going to be sharing with you the freedom solution, which is regarded the 7 pillars to wealth. Now, before we get going, I want you to engage your brain. It's really, really important. This is not going to be a one-directional conversation. This is where I want to know what is going on in terms of from your perspective. So the first question that I would like to know is, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning at least $6,000 passive income without any hassle or complexity? Now, you can type in the chat box, you can write it on a piece of paper, you can share it with the world, you can, just think about it yourself. But I would like you to take some time as to what that would mean to you. So I've got life-changing, retirement, freedom, retire immediately. That would be perfect. Nice. I'd be able to breathe per month, per annum. It depends. Gordon, it depends what you want. It would mean peace of mind, freedom, sounds good, freedom, good evening, independence, huge amount of time and reduced stress, happiness. Is that 6K a month? Certainly it could be. Debt reduction, legacy, more sleep. So I can see that there's a common theme that is traveling through for most people. Freedom coming through over and over again. Let's answer a second question. How would you like a system which will statistically help you get there 5 times faster, safer, and simpler? Now, I want to be very clear that some of you might immediately think, this, too good to be true, get rich quick scheme. It's none of that. So I have a fundamental belief that I learned from Tony Robbins many years ago, that if you want to be successful, copy successful people. If you want to be wealthy, copy wealthy people. And even better still, partner with them. So if they are using systems to get results, and we were to copy those systems, would we agree that the chances of us getting results quicker, simpler, and safer is going to be a reality? Yes or no? So I'm just going to stop sharing here quickly because I want to see your faces. And I'd like for people to just think about it. Two simple questions. What would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning at least $6,000 passive income without any hassle or complexity? And secondly, how would you like a system which will statistically help you get there 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer? Now, often people say to me, okay, Scott, yep, that sounds too good to be true. And to some extent, it sounds very complicated. So my commitment to you is that I've been doing this for 28 years. I've got a lot to share. I can stand here for the next 2 days, and I'm not going to do that, don't worry. But if you commit the next 2 hours, if you commit to give me the next 2 hours of your time, and I don't take it lightly, I know that your time is your most precious asset. And my commitment to you is that in the next 2 hours, I will share with you the freedom solution, the 7 pillars to wealth. Now, Warren Buffett says, if you don't find a way to make money while you're sleeping, you'll work until you die. And that's why we call this the freedom solution, because it's the opposite of that. So who here, just give me a yes. A couple of them said yes. Who here is willing to make this commitment? Here's the freedom solution. Here's what I'll give you in the next 2 hours. I'll teach you how you can make money while you're asleep. Who would like that? Who would like to actually make money while they sleep? I'll teach you how to own assets which are hassle-free, simple, and safe. Who would like that? We'll talk a lot more about this tonight, but residential property. So many of us were sold on the dream. Me too. I too was sold on the dream. Were you? I certainly was. Go out and buy houses and I'll be free. What a load of BS. I got to fix the toilets. I got to fix the roof. The tenant, breaks the bloody property. I got to deal with management agents and maintenance and vacants and voids. If I'm in the UK at the moment, I've got sleepless nights about the UK government and what they are or aren't doing with regards to stamp duty and all the new taxes and regulations and everything that's coming in. Hassle-free? No. But what about if you could own assets that were hassle-free, simple, and safe? Who would like that? Richard says, exactly, residential is terrible. I'm going to talk a lot more about that tonight, Richard, because that's certainly a journey I've gone on and that many, many other people I've experienced and are experiencing the same thing. What about access to the knowledge that the top 1% have? I mean, the top 1% in the world continue to get wealthier and wealthier. What about access to the knowledge that they have? What about access to the partners that the top 1% have to navigate the uncertainties of the market? We're going to talk a lot about uncertainties tonight. There's a lot of government changes in multiple places in the world. We've got a lot of mastermind clients that are in the UK. I lived in England for 9 years. I got a British passport. I started investing in England in 2002. So I've got more than 2 decades worth of experience of investing in UK property. And there's a lot of uncertainties. Doesn't matter where you live at the moment. And so what about if you had access to the partners like the top 1% so that you could navigate those uncertainties? What about time freedom? Most of us dream of having time freedom. Time to do what we want, to spend it with who we want to do, spend our time. Imagine being able to have assets that could give us time freedom. What about diversifying across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time? Some people say it's the Holy Grail. We'll talk more about it tonight. But imagine if that was possible. What about if I could show you how to do that simply and safely? And lastly, I don't know about you, but I've worked hard for my money and I want to protect it. Who here just type in the chat box, yes, or hell yeah. I want to protect my money. I want to protect my wealth. I want to have a plan B and I want to have peace of mind. Do you want to protect your wealth? Do you want to have a plan B where you're not caught up by one country or one currency or one government change or one change in legislation? I'm sure that you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. Imagine having the peace of mind. Would you like the peace of mind to know that all your eggs are not in one basket? And so we call that the freedom solution. We believe that there's 7 pillars to wealth. And is it a fair agreement that you're trading 2 years, 2 years? It's not going to be 2 years, don't worry. You're going to trade 2 hours of your time. And in 2 hours, if I can give you the answers to those 7 pillars to wealth, is that a fair trade? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or a no. Because my commitment to you, before you go to sleep tonight, as long as you pay attention, I will literally show you how to do this. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, there are over 4,000 people that I've helped do this. There are 80 families currently in our mastermind community. Archie is a buy-to-let investor, buy-to-let residential investor based out of England. Lovely life at the moment. She travels all over the world doing personal development courses. Susanna, she's actually an influencer. So she's an influencer based out of Cape Town, South Africa. Then you've got Angie. Angie's a CEO in a business, a family-run business, and wanted to diversify. Michael, he's a plumber out of England. And he, 10 years ago, I'm going to share his story with you, how 10 years ago he wanted to build passive income so that he could provide freedom for his 2 daughters, so that they could choose to study where they want, live where they want, work where they want. And 10 years later, he's achieved it. Marina, she's an English lady living in Spain, been investing for more than a decade. While most people are hustling and trying to build businesses, she's been investing. Then you've got Judy. Judy built a business herself, had a successful exit, and is actually part of an organization called WPO, Women's, don't actually know what it stands for, it's interesting. But it's all these empowered women around the world where their businesses have to do $1 million a month turnover or more. And she's looking to do diversification. Then you got Cynthia, a teacher, a divorced mom, and needed to put her 3 kids through university. And by getting passive income, it gave her the peace of mind. You got Derek, a farmer. Some of you are going to say, oh, but Scott, I don't have the money to get started. Derek got started with a couple of $100. His very first dividend was $6. $6. But that $6 is what changed things dramatically for him. Because once you make $6, you realize you can make $60. You realize you can make $600. You realize you can make $6,000. Kahiso, he's an engineer working in corporate in his late 30s. He too wants to be a global citizen and diversify. Sinette, she's in her retirement phase. She wants to protect her wealth. She wants to diversify. Abdul, he's a chartered accountant. Funny enough, audits the Auditor General. He gave me quite a lot of fear when he joined the mastermind because the auditor of the Auditor General actually joined us. We'll learn a little bit from him tonight, and he's actually set up one of our genres for business owners. So if you're a business owner, who's a business owner here? Just type in there, yes, I'm a business owner. Because if you're looking for a tribe of people where you're a business owner and you want to be able to talk about business and wealth, then this is one of our groups within our wider organization. You got Niels that is in the medical field. And then this is this picture that I just love because I know there's a lot of women, and I believe that one of the greatest opportunities over the next decade is women empowering themselves and the whole concept of women and wealth, and something that we've been working on for the last decade. And there were an incredible group of ladies that invited me to a lunch. This lady, Jeanette, this is Norzipo. Norzipo actually was the ambassador to Switzerland. Judy, you've just met already. She had a successful exit herself. Nirvana is in her late 30s, corporate. KG, she's in the HR department in corporate. And then Jeanette is the HR director of one of the biggest banks, one of the biggest listed banks in the world. And it just gives you a sense of the people that are getting results. And so if you think it sounds too good to be true, I just wanted to share this with you so that you could see the type of people, real people. And if they can do it, you can do it. What about Jordan? Now, Jordan is a high net worth. He's 55 years old. He's worked really hard in his life. He wants to build a portfolio and he wants to have his wealth preserved. When he came to us, he literally said, I want to build a globally diversified passive income. He started with $5,000 a month. Then he went to $10,000 a month. And finally, he went to $25,000 a month, safely and simply. He wanted to diversify his investments between countries, currencies, and assets. He wanted to use his limited time to get effective results with predictability. He wanted to save decades of frustration and millions of dollars and get access to the right knowledge for him and his family. He wanted wealth protection, plan B, and peace of mind. He wanted to be held accountable, have an accountability partner. Most of us know that if we want to get results, we need an accountability partner. If we want to lose weight, if we want to go to the gym, if we want to learn to run, if we're in business, we know that having an accountability partner helps us get results. You want to have a family office to help him manage all his financial affairs. I'm sure most of you have never even heard of a family office. And I'll share with you later how, well, firstly, what is a family office? And secondly, how valuable a family office can be for you and your family. You want to create generational wealth. I mean, who's interested in creating wealth, not just for themselves, but for their children and possibly for their children's children? You want to have a fully completed wealth plan, not just an idea, not a hope, not a dream, a plan with an investor strategy sheet. And finally, he wanted to get results. Now, while I take a sip of water, tell me who resonates with Jordan. Just type in there Jordan. If you resonate with Jordan and what Jordan was looking for, is this what you want? Are these your needs? Because if they are, type in there Jordan. I'm fascinated to know whether you resonate with Jordan. What about Victoria? She's an entrepreneur in her 50s. She's devoted to her family and business and is aiming to build generational wealth. When she met us, she had a packed schedule. Time was a major issue for her. And so she wanted a streamlined investment strategy that empowered her to make wise decisions, aligned with her goals, and freed up her time for her grandchildren and her daughters. She wanted to understand the investment landscape. For those ladies out there, I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about. She was tired of being disempowered and not trusting the male financial industry. She wanted to feel empowered to make the right decisions for herself and for her family. And finally, she wanted to focus on financial freedom so that she could cherish more moments with her loved ones. Who here resonates with Victoria? Literally, just type in there Victoria. And maybe it's both. Maybe it's Jordan and Victoria. Come on, let me know. Now, I'll be honest with you. If you're sitting here and you've heard what I've said about the 7 pillars, and you've seen Jordan and you've seen Victoria, and none of it really resonates with you, then maybe you're in the wrong place. And I don't mean that facetiously. But if those needs and those wants that Jordan had, that Victoria had, if you want that, then you're in the right place, because we literally have built solutions to help you get those results. The challenge is, there's 3 reasons why people don't get results. Now, I've been doing personal development for 28 years. I've been with some of the best in the world. We're going to talk about that just now. But there's 3 simple reasons why people don't get results. And having helped thousands of people from 178 countries, these are the patterns. The first one is, I don't have the money. The second is, I don't have the knowledge. And the third is, I don't have the time. Sometimes it's one of them, sometimes it's two of them, and sometimes it's all three of them. Very often people with a lot of money have no time, and very often people with no money have lots of time. But it's one of these three things that's blocking you from getting your results, in my opinion. I know there's lots more, but generally it's one of these three things that blocks people. So what I wanted to share with you tonight, what I want to show you is how you can get the money that you want. I want to show you how you can get the knowledge that you need and want, and that you can get your time back. Is that fair? Rather than the constraint of, I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge, I don't have the time, let's rather focus on getting you the money, getting you the knowledge, and getting you the time. Now, I can't teach you stuff that I haven't been through myself. Something that irritates me a lot in the industry is that there's a lot of people that'll tell you how to do things, but they've never done it themselves. So I wanted to share with you the lessons I've learned on how I taught myself how to get the money, how to get the knowledge, and how to get the time. Is that fair? Let's talk about the three ways to get results. And this is critically important, because if I don't share this with you, when I get down to the 5 most important things that the wealthiest people are doing, and I show you how you can copy them, if you don't believe it's possible, it's never going to happen. And so I need to show you how to make this a reality before I even tell you how to do it. So the first is that you get what you want. In terms of getting results, you get what you want. And I learned this originally. So Rich Dad, Poor Dad, one of the first books that I read, Robert Kiyosaki said, the poor always have excuses. The bankrupt always have excuses. But the rich always find a way. They are always resourceful. They always find a way. And you know what's really interesting? I started my business in 2004. I was 25 years old. And my strategy in life was always to work harder than everyone else. At school, I worked harder than anyone else. I wasn't the brightest, but I worked harder. At university, it was exactly the same thing. On the rugby pitch, I wasn't the most talented, but I was always the fittest. And so when it came to business, it was easy. I was just going to outwork you. And then the crisis happened in 2008, 2009, the global financial crisis. And the challenge was I couldn't work any harder. I hit a ceiling of complexity. And I came across Tony Robbins' Business Mastery. So I flew to Vegas. It cost me $15,000 to fly to Vegas. That was just not to fly there. That was just the ticket to get in the room. And it was amazing. It was 5 days, and it had a massive impact on my business career. But as the good old Tony Robbins does, he then had an upsell. You could go to Fiji and to be at Business Mastery 2 with an exclusive group, literally 30 people. I know most people say they've seen Tony Robbins. How many of you have sat in a classroom with Tony Robbins and 29 other people? I have. But it cost me $50,000. And when I told my mother that I was going to spend $50,000, she literally thought I had lost my marbles. I didn't have $50,000. I just want to be very clear. But I was resourceful, and I found a way. There was a 2-for-1 special. You could get a friend involved. I got my friend to be involved. And long story short, we went to Fiji. We had an incredible week. We spent an entire week with Tony Robbins. And something triggered me that week. And I was able to change the way I was doing things. I was helping people invest in Australian property at the time. And I re-engineered the way the whole property process worked so that I could make more cash flow up front. And by doing that, I could employ more good people. Fast forward a year later, and we were in New Zealand with my wife, and we were literally watching the rugby. And we took this camper van and we went on 100 Mile Beach. Literally, it's 100 miles. You can drive down this beach. We watched the final. This is us in Auckland at Eden Park when New Zealand was playing France in the final, and I bought my mate a ticket. And the best part about this whole story was that $50,000 that I invested to get to Business Mastery 2, I made that back 10 times over within a year by literally putting myself in the right environment with the right people. Fast forward another 2 years, and I lived in London for 9 years. I then lived in Johannesburg for 3 years, big financial cities, chasing money. And I read a book called The 4-Hour Workweek, and the whole philosophy was we all work our whole lives to retire to the beach. Why don't we just go live at the beach? And I know I'm truly blessed. I've lived here for 11 years. I live in the #1 holiday town in my country and arguably on my continent. And this is literally it. That's the sunset off my boat. That's the view of the heads off the front of the boat. That's the beach that we drive to with my son and his mate, literally watching the sun go down. That's the sun rising, literally from my balcony every single morning. And that's my son and I sitting in our jacuzzi and just enjoying what we call a braai. Some people call it a barbecue. Now, the only reason I'm showing you this is how you get what you want. There's another great story, and many of you tonight have been introduced by Paul O'Mahony. He's an incredible guy. And Paul and I, we were invited out by Mike. I know Mike's mom's online tonight. And it was quite a funny story. So Paul and I get invited to this party. There's about 600 people. It's in Dainfern. For those of you who live in South Africa, it's one of the top estates in the country. And there are about 600 people at this party. And you have to dress in white. Okay, I don't know why, but everyone was dressed in white. And Paul and I turned up in black shirts because we had actually come from a live event we were presenting together. And we literally looked like the hired help. People were like, are you the hired help or the bouncers? Which was quite funny. But the point of the story was funny because it was an amazing party, 600 incredible people in the room. And Paul and I were talking about it over a beer, and we were like, wow, imagine if we could get access to talk to those 600 people in the room. And I found it fascinating because the next morning I bumped into him. That was a Saturday night. The next morning, Sunday morning, we're back at the event talking together. He says, I've already organized the sponsorship for the next event, and I'm going to sponsor the whole event, so I'll be able to talk to all 600 people. That's how you get what you want. And so the question I have for you is, who's getting globally diversified passive income right now? Whether you live in South Africa, in England, in Australia, in Canada, in America, or any one of the other beautiful countries that people have said they come from, how many of you are actually getting globally diversified passive income right now? Just type in the chat box, yes or no. So a couple of yeses. Nope, nope, no, not yet. Nope, no, no, yes, yes, no, no. A lot of no's. What about if we could show you how to get passive income? Most of you are here in your bed and you want an investment. It could be a house, could be an industrial commercial building, could even be another alternative asset. And you want to make money while you sleep. The problem is you go on courses, you go on challenges, you get coaches and mentors, you read books, and you kind of get all excited and you do lots of stuff, and then you fall off the bus and you don't get the result. What about if you could literally get from A to B as quickly as possible and get globally diversified passive income? Would it be fair if I said to you that if you were to sign up, within 30 days, we can actually show you how you can get passive income? Literally 30 days. And I know it sounds too good to be true. So tonight I'll show you. I'll literally show you how to do it. So that's the first way to get results. You get what you want. You get resourceful and you figure out a way to get what you want. You don't let excuses and lack hold you back. The second way is that you get the knowledge. Now, I've learned that the best way to get the knowledge is through partnership. So again, another life lesson. I bought a house in 1999 in Rondebosch, Cape Town, South Africa. It's right near one of the big universities. So it's like owning a house in Manchester. Not Manchester, sorry, Oxford or Cambridge, or Manchester as well. Manchester's also got lots of universities. And we were going to build 27 units. And there were a whole bunch of problems with planning, and there was a river nearby, so there was waterproofing issues. So we ended up, I didn't know anything about development. I was 22 years old. So we bought the land. We ended up partnering with a developer. And we built 6 townhouses and sold them. And at the age of 24, we made a profit of 2 million Rand each. which is over £200,000 each. How do we do it? Through partnership. We didn't have all the knowledge, but by partnering, we got there a lot faster. This is a lovely story. You know, I know most people that I've met would love to meet Richard Branson, and a dream of mine was to meet Richard Branson. And I got to spend 2 weeks with him on Necker Island in the BVI, so it is on his private island. And it was myself and 24 other people that got to spend 2 weeks with him. And this was actually me and him off going kite surfing. So when I challenged, we had a race around Necker Island. And my philosophy always has been to put myself in the room to be the dumbest, poorest person. Let me say that again. I want to be in the room where I'm the dumbest, poorest person. Because if I'm the dumbest, poorest person, I can only go up. And so it was actually my business partner that said, well, if you hang around wealthy people, what are you? You're basically a wealth hacker, because you're consistently just trying to get somewhere quicker, simpler, and safer. Who here resonates with that? Who here would like to be a wealth hacker? Who here already is a wealth hacker? I know I certainly am. I've spent the last nearly 30 years trying to put myself in the room where I'm the dumbest, poorest person so that I can consistently be growing and getting better. The counter side to partnership, which I think is also important, is a good friend of mine, Ann Wilson. I started presenting with her in 2017. And one of the things I love about what she says about partnership is be careful. Don't be an octopus on roller skates. Don't try and do 10 things all at once, because you will fail. And so get the knowledge and get the partnership, but find the things that you enjoy and go deep in that, and don't try and do everything. So to recap, get what you want. Get the knowledge you want. And the easiest way to do it is through partnership. And the last one is get the time that you want. How many of you are time poor? How many of you are so busy you actually don't know what to do with yourself? I know I am. But the best thing is that I'm busy doing what I love. But most people I know, including myself, there's just not enough hours in the day. And so I wanted to share with you another lesson of how I got my time back, how I got more time. So I already told you the story in 2009. I was working as hard as I'd ever worked before. And I got invited to present at an event with Roger Hamilton and Brian Walsh. And we were sitting on stage, and Roger, it's the first time I met Roger, it was 2011. And he was telling me about his mastermind. And he said, oh, you should come join the mastermind. And you know, what did I say? I hear this all the time, by the way. I don't have the time. And he was like, well, I don't understand. You want to join the mastermind, but you don't have the time. But what about if the mastermind is the very thing that can help you get the time that you want? And I made this little video just to explain what I'm talking about. So it was 2011. I'd been running a business for nearly 10 years myself, but I hit a ceiling of complexity. I was working 6-7 days a week. I just couldn't work any harder. And I came across a gentleman called Roger Hamilton, and I got invited to this session. I sat down with him, and he literally said, Scott, I've got the answers for you. You need to join my mastermind. It had such a definitive and impactful thing on my life that I ended up being part of that mastermind for over 10 years. It helped me to build a team. It helped me to enable people and systems so that they could go out and actually help. And fast forward 3 or 4 years later, I was on the island, Necker Island, with Richard Branson. There's a man that's got 400 companies, 8 of them billion-dollar companies. You know, he does all of this charitable work. I mean, if there's anyone that should be time poor on this planet, it was Richard Branson. But everything that mastermind taught me with Roger enabled me to understand what Richard was doing and to implement it. So, do you see the antithesis? Because I'm sure you might have done this in the past. The very thing you want is stopping you from getting what you want. Like, I didn't join the mastermind because I didn't have time. And he was like, well, dude, join the mastermind because I'll teach you how to get your time back. And he did. In 2015, this was I on Necker Island and having fun with Richard Branson. This was a dress-up party. just relaxing, sitting at the top, right at the top of Necker Island. There's a nice little hot tub up there. That's a picture of some of the villas. And this was a race. We were doing an amazing race around Necker Island. But there's another good friend of mine, and I know many of you got invited by this person. So who is this person? Can you recognize him? I know he's not dressed in his corporate attire, but who is this? Who have I got on the screen there? Yuki says Simon. Anyone else recognize him? Zutski. Yep, you guys have got it right. That's Simon. So one of the things that I thought was a bit of fun was, a lot of people think that people like Simon and myself and Ann Wilson and Paul O'Mahony, like we all work hard. We all work really, really hard, but we also play hard. And I thought I would share with you a funny little video. So this was Simon and I on Necker Island. And just imagine now, this is UK residential property standing in the blue. And in the blue corner, we got UK residential property. And in the left corner, we've got an international commercial property in the orange. So we got international commercial property in the orange versus UK residential property in the blue. Right, time. Let's see what's going to happen between the two of them. And it is a shutdown. International commercial property has won against UK residential. And that's just a bit of fun from me. I thought I would just share with you that we are human in terms of some of the fun that we like to have behind the scenes. But ultimately, it's our businesses, our investments, our assets that allow us to be able to have that fun. Now, what I'm going to share with you later is how to get a free gift. I'm literally going to give you 3 white papers as a free gift. The first one is the 5 laws of building wealth through real estate. The second one is the 5 keys to offshore real estate investment success. And the third is the 4 ways to expand your global real estate portfolio through strategic partnerships. So that's a gift that I'll share with you. Now, we started off and we said that there's 3 things that are holding you back. I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge, and I don't have the time. Well, I believe we've got 2 choices. As we go into this festive season and as we get to the end of this year, we can get to Christmas time, we can go into the holidays, and we can be like this person that's got their head down on the laptop. Because we had New Year's resolutions. We wanted to build passive income. We wanted to invest in international property. We wanted to invest in commercial property or real estate, depending on what you want to call it. And yet we didn't do it. We didn't get the results we want. And we hope that next year will be different. But the problem is that we know in our heart that if we don't do something different, next year will be no different to 2023 or 2022 or 2021 or any of the years before that. And so the other choice we've got is that we can get what we want, we can get the knowledge, and we can get the time that we want back. And I see us going into that festive period with peace of mind, with a plan, with knowing that you've got the partners to help you achieve it. And in your heart, knowing that 2025 will be a very different year because of the team and the partners that you got around you to help you get those results. And so I want to share with you a number of stories. And one of the things I believe a lot in is living life unlimited. And how do you do that? Well, you do it through diversification. So where did I learn this? I learned it from a story of 2 brothers. The first brother, this was 1976. He lived in Zimbabwe. In those days, it was called Rhodesia. And there were a lot of problems in the country. And so the family decided that they were going to leave Zimbabwe. So in 1976, they got in a little Renault like this. And in those days, literally all you could take was everything you could pack in a car. They packed it all in the car and they drove down to Durban, South Africa. And the challenge is that there was no forward planning. And so it was very reactionary. They had to react to the government. They had to react to the politics. They had to react to the changes in laws and the country and the currency. And it was a very, very difficult life, one of reaction. The other brother, he decided in 1980 to stay in Zimbabwe, but to start investing internationally, to invest in first world assets and to earn a first world income. And in 2003, 23 years later, he decided it was time for him and his family to move to Australia. Now, people say to you, you can't move to Australia when you're over 50. Well, you can. He did it. He bought his way into Australia. He bought a house in Brisbane for cash. He put his kid through one of the top private schools in Brisbane. And his kid went on to row for some of the best universities in the world. And the best part is, he never had to work for an Australian. So my question is, the one brother was very reactive and had very few choices in his life and just had to react to what the economy, the government, and life threw him. And the other one was proactive. And because of their proactiveness, was able to make decisions that they wanted, the freedom to make the decisions they wanted for them and their family. But it took 23 years of being proactive. And so which brother do you want to be? Do you want to be the reactive brother, or do you want to be the proactive brother? The reactive brother or the proactive brother? Just type in the chat box. Let me know. I can see proactive, 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 proactive. And hopefully if you ever thought there was any get-rich-quick scheme, this is not what it is. It took this brother 23 years to be able to achieve that freedom. Now, this story is very close to my heart because those two brothers were my dad and my uncle. And this is my father and I on my first construction project when I was 13 years old. And my dad did what you all taught to do. He went to school, he went to university, he worked hard, he got a great job, he became financial director of a listed company, he invested, he paid his taxes. And yet when my dad died at 59, he died broke. You heard me correct. When my dad died at 59, he died broke. And I was like, but hang on. We've all been told to do this. I mean, who have you been told to do this? Go to school, go to university, get a great job, invest, pay your taxes, and you're going to retire well at 65. We've all been told it. And I was like, well, hang on, that doesn't work. I just saw this equation doesn't work. So I went and did the research, and I learned from a guy called Dr. Hannes Dreyer. And Dr. Hannes Dreyer literally said, the research out there in England, Australia, and America, at the age of 65, 94% of people will be dead, broke, or reliant on the government. Dead, broke, or reliant on the government. Basically the same as my dad. 5% of people will be financially independent. Now, if I'm in a live room, I say, hey, who wants to be financially independent? Everyone's like, me, I want to be financially independent. Until you find out that according to the financial industry, financially independent earns 25% less than your last paycheck. 25% less. You're basically financially trapped, which, as most people know, are many of the boomers and our parents' generation, which means 1% of people, literally 1% of people, are retiring wealthy at the age of 65. And someone here spoke about Rich Dad, Poor Dad. You know, he talks a lot about the quadrants, the employee, the self-employed, the business owner, and the investor. You know, on this side of the fence, it's all about active income. 95% of the people on the planet, you know, are here and they have less than 5% of the world's wealth. You know, it's hard work, no security, no time, large debts, insufficient funds, stress. And on the right-hand side, it's passive income. It's stability, spare time, no debts, plenty of money, freedom. So the question is, how do we get there? How do we become a global citizen? How do we invest and get globally diversified passive income? And I made it my life's mission to figure this out. You know, where did it all start? Well, I was 13 years old when I did my first property project. I was 22 when I did my first property development. I was 24 when I did my first London property. I started a company at 25 called International Property Solutions, and I helped thousands of people buy houses or apartments in South Africa, hundreds in London, hundreds in Australia, and hundreds in America. And we're buying houses or apartments because that's all that we knew how to do. But what I find interesting, How many of you enjoyed the game of Monopoly? Come on, be honest with yourself. How many of you still enjoy the game of Monopoly? I mean, I love it. Give me a game of Monopoly. I'm just a grown kid that's still playing Monopoly to this day. Now, for all the Monopoly players out there, what is better, a greenhouse or a red hotel? Greenhouse or red hotel? And I can see red hotel, red hotel, red hotel. Now, let's see, for those of you, and I'm testing you to see how well you know your Monopoly. What's better, 4 greenhouses or 1 red hotel? 4 greenhouses or 1 red hotel? Come on. Tell me in the chat box. Cherie's saying hotel, Yuki's saying hotel, Leslie's hotel, Barbara's hotel, Aim's saying 4 greenhouses. Most people are saying the hotel. Anastasia's saying she hated Monopoly. Anastasia, I think you might be the first person in the world I've ever met that didn't enjoy Monopoly. Bushy's saying 4 greenhouses. So if you played Monopoly, you'll know that the most important thing is to buy the red hotels, to buy the commercial property. From children, we understood that buying commercial property was where the real money was being made. And what I learned, having helped 2,500 people buy houses or apartments around the world, was that there were massive problems. They were stuck in country. If you live in England, you invest in England. If you live in Australia, you invest in Australia. If you live in South Africa, you invest in South Africa. If you live in Canada, you invest in Canada. There were massive barriers and hassles. Most of us that are in the property game know that we should be in commercial, but we're not because it's hard. Most of us would dream of being in international property, but we're not because the barriers are really hard. And that's not even taking into account the tax, the structuring, and the compliance. And so what I learned from 2,500 people was that the 99% cannot invest like the top 1%. And I tried. I had this opportunity in Wimbledon in London in 2008. For those of you in England, you'll know Barratt Homes. They're one of the biggest developers in London, well, in England. And I could buy 48 units from them. They'd suffered during the global financial crisis. I could buy them at a 40% discount. They had an 8% net return. It was like a no-brainer. They were fully tenanted, fully furnished. And I went to my 2,500 investors and I said, we need to buy this. I don't care what happens in the market value short term. This represents a real opportunity. And I just could not get people to work together. And we lost out on that opportunity. Do you know that we would have bought those properties at £160,000 each? That was in Wimbledon, SW19 in London. £160,000 each. Does anyone want to venture a guess? How much are they worth today? Just type in the chat box. What would you say they're worth today? Remember, we would have bought 48 of them. 1 million, 1 million, 750, probably a few million, 950, a million, 750. So those of you saying around 750, you're about right, 750, 800. So our money would have quadrupled 4 times. It would have gone from 160 to 750. That's quadrupling four times. And we would have earned a net income of 8% for the last 14, 15 years. And there was one small problem. We needed £10 million in cash. That's how the institutional investors do it. That's how the top 1% do it. And we couldn't do it. We couldn't get people to work together. A year later, I was in Bondi Beach, Sydney. I met 2 very wealthy investors. I said, what are you investing in? They said, medical buildings. I said, why medical? Now, again, I don't want to tell you this to boast, but I have an honors degree in property, cum laude. I have a master's degree in property and construction, cum laude. I've got the top qualification out of England, AIPP, the top one out of Australia, the top one out of America, CRS, the top one out of South Africa, PDP. And yet no one had taught me medical. And they said, well, think about it. No matter what happens in the world, people need doctors. I was like, yep, that makes sense. Secondly, doctors never leave their premises. I was like, think back to when you were a child, probably still a medical premise. I was like, wow, that also makes sense. And then they said, well, doctors make very good doctors, but not great accountants. So they signed very good long-term leases. And I was like, it's like a no-brainer. Like, why didn't I learn that in my very first week of property studies? So I was like, right, I'm in. How do I participate? And they said, well, we're raising $40 million. There's 8 tranches of $5 million each. So again, I ran around to my 2,500 investors. I said, come, let's participate. This is a no-brainer. And I couldn't get people to work together. Do you know that company today is worth $700 million on the Australian Stock Exchange? And these experiences that happened over and over and over again to me made me realize that the 99% just cannot invest like the top 1%. We've all been taught that we need to go out there. I'm sure that many of you have read this book, Real Estate Riches by Dr. Dolph DeRoos, and it's probably the first property book I ever read. Now, this is me in Phoenix. I paid $8,000 in 2011 to go on a buyer's trip with Dolph. This is me here with him in Phoenix. And, what does he say in that book? Walk the streets, go look at 100 houses, make an offer on 10, buy, get accepted for 3 and buy 1. And most people in their minds have that they need to buy 5 or 10 houses and then they'll be free. I mean, how many of you were like me? If I buy 5 or 10 residential houses, I'll be free. And I thought, well, I must go and do it all myself. I must go read all the books. I must go and find the properties. I must pay Dolph DeRoos $8,000 and fly to America and go and buy properties on auction. I must do it all myself. And the irony is, I went and got the 10 properties plus that I said I needed, and I wasn't free. All that happened was my hassle went up massively and my cash flow went down because those properties cost me more money. So the very thing I thought would make me free caused me more hassle and less cash flow. And I was like, what's going on? I love property. I've been told we got to go and buy houses. I love buy-to-let. I love residential. This is what everyone told us to do to be free. Who else has experienced this? Like, you literally go out and buy the houses and then you realize, like, I'm not free. In fact, I've actually got more shit in my life than I had before I had the houses. And I thought I had to do it all myself. And again, I learned from Tony Robbins that there was a better way, an easier way. And then I told you already, I paid $50,000 to be there. And he said, well, the fastest way to success is to copy successful people. And then I learned an even better way was to partner. I had the privilege of partnering with Tony Robbins. Not many people can say that. And we launched a business with him and Chet Holmes called Business Breakthroughs Africa. And I got the rights to Africa. And through the idea of partnership, I realized I didn't need to do it all myself. And so we did our first commercial property in 2014. It was a $16 million deal, 6 commercial medical properties in Atlanta, in America. And there were 82 investors. We had to raise $6 million. And what's so interesting is that 5 years later, we sold those properties. We sold them to a big fund. The dream for most investors is to buy a good asset, to stabilize the rent, and to sell it to an institution. And we did it. And on average, over the 8 years, we earned an average of 8% cash on cash return. So that's a net income in your pocket at a total return of about 15%. And my question is, for those investors, whether you're sitting in South Africa or you're sitting in England or you're sitting in Canada, I know for a fact in England and in Canada, your income returns are probably sitting your net income in your pocket. I don't mean your gross income. I mean your net income after expenses is probably somewhere between 2 to 4%. And you'll say to yourself, your capital growth is close to 8 to 9%. The average in England for 50 years is 9.3%. So you'll say to yourself, well, but it's fine. I'm getting a low income, but I'm getting the capital growth. Well, who would like to inverse that? Who would like to actually have properties where 70% of the total return is coming from income? It's paying you monthly or quarterly. You're not waiting or hoping or praying for capital growth. You're actually getting income on a monthly or a quarterly basis. That's how the wealthy think. That's how the top 1% invest. And since we did it, I literally had this game changer for me. Because at my residential property, I just looked at them and they were high in hassle and low in results. High in hassle and low in results. And the commercial property was high in return, high in results, and low in hassle. High in return and low in hassle. Now, I mean, be honest, which one do you want? Do you want high hassle and low return? Or do you want high return and low hassle? High hassle and low return, residential? Or do you want high return and low hassle, commercial? For me, it was a no-brainer. Once I had experienced it, once I realized how to do it, I knew that I want high return and low hassle in my life. And my question is, who else wants that? Just type in the chat box, me. I'm going to need to drink a lot of water tonight. So I'd like to see who would like that. Who, you know, I went from Hell Island to Heaven Island 10 years ago. And with your permission, I want to show you tonight how to do it so that you too can do it. Because I don't think there's many people on here tonight that like hassle and complexity. I don't think there's many people here that like fixing toilets or having tenants move out or fixing the Sky and the DSTV or the boiler or dealing with the latest legal changes where you suddenly have to comply with a whole bunch of more rules or paying more taxes. I'm sure most of you don't like that. And I'm going to show you that there's a different way. So over the last 10 years, we've helped people in 178 countries. We facilitated over $1.3 billion in investments. We paid out $31 million in dividends and exits. And our average investment is about $23,000. So you're going to hear me talk about $10, the fact you can get started from $10, but the average investment is $23,000. So what that means is we've got people investing millions of dollars and we've got people investing $10. And the average is about $23,000. Whether you want to invest in America, in England, in Europe, in Australia, or even in South Africa, you no longer have to choose. And so why do people diversify? Having watched people in 178 countries, there's a theme. And I'd love to know whether you resonate with this theme. The first one is that they want to protect their wealth. Do you want to protect your wealth? You've worked hard for your money. And my assumption is that you want to protect your wealth. The second is that you want a plan B. You don't want all your eggs in one basket. If you've been an entrepreneur, if you've been an investor, or to be honest, if you've read anything about investing in money, you'll know that it's not good to have all your eggs in one basket. So how do you have a plan B? How do you have other alternatives? And if you have that, then you have peace of mind. It's nice to sleep well at night, not worrying about who gets into government or whether this war or that war is going to take place, or whether this trade war is going to have this impact, or whether crypto is going to go up or down, or whether the stock market's going to go up or down, or whether some legislation is going to dramatically change things, or in my country, whether they might just take away my assets altogether. Remember, I'm originally from Zimbabwe. It does happen sometimes. That's the beauty of sleeping with peace of mind. And the one that I resonate with the most is freedom. Freedom to choose. Freedom to choose where you live, where you go on holiday, where you send your kids to school or university, where you donate your money. Freedom. Freedom of choice. So we live in crazy times. You know, in the last 2 years, we've had the war in Ukraine, we've had inflation at record highs, we've had inflation and interest rates going up, we've had fuel prices going up, with the stock market at record highs and record lows. We've had load shedding in South Africa. We've had the Israeli conflict. We've had Trump being attempted to be assassinated. We've had Labour winning by a landslide margin. And I know that particularly the Biden-led investors in England are very, very concerned about the legislation and what is happening and what it means for Biden-led investment, residential Biden-led investment in England. We've had the GNU in South Africa. We've had Biden quitting the race. I don't even know who's in charge of America right now. It seems like a bit of a joke, to be honest. And then we've got Trump, winning by a landslide. And so the question is, what do you do with all this chaos and this uncertainty? And again, we can learn from the wealthiest investors in the world, because the single most important strategy to look after your money is diversification. And I'm going to show you tonight I'm going to share with you tonight how there's a formula that you can use where you can diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. And ultimately, it's all about passive income. Now, my request to you is don't be like so many other people. I've done this for 20 years. I've been on stage for 20 years teaching people. And there's a cost to inaction. I find that people come, it makes sense to them, and then they don't take action. If myself and one of our team members had money for every time people say to us, "Oh, Scott, I've been listening to you for 5 or 10 years. I wish I'd done something 10 years ago." Please don't be like the wishers. There's a cost to not taking action. And, in all these rooms, be they small rooms, be they massive rooms with thousands of people, be they smaller, sitting around fires where we took wealthy people away, or even on game reserves, or even webinars with Clem Sunter and Dr. Dolph DeRoos and Neil Peterson, the editor of Real Estate Investor magazine. We shared over and over again what people could do, and people don't take action. And one of my greatest fears is that if you look at a study by Harvard, 3 months from now, you won't retain not even 10% of what I'm sharing with you. Not even 10%. But if you actually go out and do it, if you go out and learn while doing, you're going to get 95%. I want to empower you. I want you to be able to get the results. And so for those of you that are right-brained, that makes sense. That's something to aim towards. For some of you that are left-brained, and you're going, well, what is the cost? What's the ROI? Well, I'll show you just now. But if you're earning an average return of about 7%, which, by the way, most people are earning if you take your portfolios in your financial investment structures, and if you could achieve 14%, and if you only had $12,000, and again, whether I talk in dollars or pounds or euros, it's irrelevant. I'm just using the reserve currency, the US dollar. But if you had $12,000 to invest or $1,000 a month, and the difference in return over 10 years in today's money, not in future money, in today's money, would be worth just short of $50,000. And so is $50,000 worth paying attention for? Because if you don't take action, in the next 10 years, this will cost you $50,000. Now, I literally stood on stage in Putney in London in 2004. I actually met Simon Zutsky in Birmingham in 2005 on stage talking about property. This was us in the river in Putney on the Thames there. We used to do these big property launches. This was the editor of the Financial Mail. This was one of the managing partners of one of the biggest attorney firms in the country. Dr. Hannes Dreyer teaching about property, me teaching people how to invest in property, teaching people how to do London property, Australian property. And then, we evolved that into buyers trips, and there's multiple groups flying to London, to Australia, to America to go and buy property. And what that evolved into, and I'll tell you about this later, was our mastermind. Because what we realized is that like-minded people like to do things together. It was incredible fun to fly over, to be with other like-minded people, to get on the ground, to meet the partners, to get the right information, to be able to invest with confidence so that you could get wealth protection, so that you could get a plan B, so that you could get peace of mind, etc., etc., etc. So I wanted to share with you, and we are going to do some interactive stuff tonight. I wanted to share a poll with you because when we were flying 10, 15 years ago overseas, we were looking to help people get wealth protection, a plan B, peace of mind, freedom, to be able to invest and diversify into different countries. And so use the poll now. It should be up on the screen. And let me know, is that something you would like? Is that the same sort of experiences you would like? Are you interested in diversification? Do you want globally diversified passive income? Do you want to protect your wealth and optimize its performance? What does optimize mean? Well, you got a couple of houses, you're living in England, you got a couple of houses. Are they optimized? You've worked hard for your money. Is your money working hard for you? Sure, you want to protect it, but are you optimizing it? Are you getting the best results? Are you in the best investments that are getting you the safest and yet the best returns? That's what optimization is all about. And do you have an investment strategy? It's one thing to wish, it's another thing to hope, it's another thing to, to go into next year and have a New Year's resolution that things are going to change. But do you actually have an investment strategy to achieve it? And so, come on. I can see 29% of participants have put in, come on, I'm going to, I'm now seeing who's on their Instagram, who's on their emails, who's on their WhatsApps, etc. Lorraine, I'm in, please show me how. So I promise you I will. Ben, no problem. Yeti, I've signed up on your platform and I've submitted my details. I'm waiting to be verified. So awesome, Yeti, well done. Sean, no strategy. Mark, no strategy. And just by the way, if you're like me from 15 years ago or even 20 years ago, my strategy was to go buy houses. Buy as many houses as I could and I'll be free. I learned that wasn't a strategy. And unfortunately, I deal with a lot of investors around the world, and it doesn't matter whether you live in England or South Africa or Australia or America or Canada or anywhere for that matter. Over and over again, people come to me and go, but that's what we were told to do. We spent 20 years buying residential houses and we're not free. And so we realize that ain't a strategy. And that's why I wanted to share with you. So who else wants to fill in that poll? Come on, we're up to 44%. I want to see who else is going to. So what I'm going to do now, while we are filling in the poll, I'm going to start to share with you the 5 most important things that the wealthiest sophisticated investors use. Can we agree that I've just asked you what you're looking for? And if you tell me what you're looking for, oh, by the way, there's a cool little thing that's come up on Zoom. And if you don't tell me what you're looking for, then I just kick you out. And I only help the people who tell me what they're looking for, because, to be honest, if you don't know what you're looking for, I can't help you anyway. But for those of you who filled in the poll, I'm going to show you now the top 5 things that the wealthiest investors do. Now, this is not a principle that stands the test of the last year or the last decade. This has stood in the test of time for centuries. So whether it's this crisis or the previous crisis or the crisis before the crisis, it's irrelevant. These 5 principles don't ever change. And Dean says, spotted my old mate, Andrew Ranston, on the screen. Yep, Andrew was my mate that came to Fiji with me. And so, I'm going to now share with you these 5 principles. And so what are these 5 principles? And as soon as you finish filling in the poll, I will share with you the 5 principles in terms of this process. And if you don't fill in the poll, you're going to be automatically evacuated out of the Zoom room, because we won't know what you want. And if you don't know what you want, I can't help you in terms of that process. Anyway, I'm joking. So just tell me quickly in the chat room, can you actually see the screen now? So I've still got the poll up, but can you see the screen? So I'm sharing with you, and you should be able to see that the 5 top trends are, the top 5 lessons are trends, risk, diversification, tax and structuring, and team. So I want to take you through these 5 things because they're really, really, really important in terms of that process. And if you haven't filled in the poll, come on, we're at 54%. I'm seeing who is paying attention and who is not. So the first lesson that you need to know is trends. Now, it starts with when I wrote my book. So my book came out in 2013. It was endorsed by Clem Santa. I'll explain to you just now who he is. But chapter 2 was written by a guy called James Painter. Now, James is someone I've followed for over 15 years. He does incredible market analysis on where the market's going. And something he shared with our group about a year and a bit ago was that, according to his analysis, the stock market over the next 5 to 10 years could lose anywhere from 80 up to 85%. Now, whether we're talking about the stock market, or we're talking about commodities, or we're talking about cryptocurrencies, or we're even talking about the US dollar, the pound, the euro, etc., it is very, very important to understand trend analysis. And so why is this important? Because if you understand the trend, then you can really start to make good decisions. Another example of this is Clem Sunter. So Clem Sunter is one of the top 5 strategists in the world. He's literally known around the world. He's originally, he studied, I can never remember if it's Cambridge or Oxford, but it's one of the two. He's got a doctorate from Cape Town University. He's lectured at Harvard. He's worked with the Chinese government in terms of their entire economic strategy. He worked with Nelson Mandela to bring about the democratic change and growth within South Africa. And as I said to you, he's one of the top 5 strategists in the world, one of the most respected strategists. And one of the important things is it's all about the trend. And I've had the privilege of working with him now for a long time. And as I said to you, he actually endorsed my book and actually wrote chapters 4 and 5 of the book. And the next presentation that I'm doing, which is on the 4th of March, and literally I was talking to him a couple of days ago, and he said, let's do another one on the 4th of March. Trump gets into power on the 20th of January, and it'll be about 6 weeks later. And then we can go through all the different trends and the scenarios and the flags and the probabilities. And this becomes really important because if you're an investor, you shouldn't be investing in a vacuum. You should be knowing what's going on. You should have access to the right partners so that you can get this information. Another is Ray Dalio. Ray Dalio studied over 500 years back, and he says there's multiple factors. The first one of any country is productivity. Then you've got the short-term debt cycle, which lasts 5 to 8 years. You've got the long-term debt cycle, which lasts 75 to 100 years. And then you've got the political, the social, and the economic cycles. And you know what's so interesting? In this decade, so from 2020 to 2030, all of these short-term, long-term political, social, and economic cycles are all intersecting. And when they intersect, chaos happens. And chaos represents opportunity. So a good example of this was when we had the global financial crisis back in 2008, and everyone was panicking. And if you take British property or English property, and particularly London, most people will look at it like this. London property lost about 20%, 2008 to 2009, and everyone was panicking. But what's important is the long-term trend. What's important is that there's more demand than there is supply. And so you don't look at this short-term little blip. You actually see this as an opportunity, not as a problem. As an example, we invested in City Peninsula, which was in Greenwich. Now, Greenwich was literally one stop. North Greenwich was one stop from Canary Wharf, which is the financial capital of London. And we managed to buy 31 units there. And one of the investors that I invested with was a gentleman called Don. And he bought 4 units at £313,000. We managed to get him a 26% discount because of where the world was at the time. And when the building finally finished in 2011, he managed to get 10 years worth of positive cash flow rental. And about 2021, 2022, I don't know the exact year, he sold his building, each one, for more than £1 million. Now, who would like to buy a property for £313,000 and sell it for more than £1 million and get cash flow positive the whole way through? Now, people say to me, Scott, it sounds too good to be true. I'm not sure. I don't know. And I'm like, well, let's look at the trends. How did that happen? Firstly, they built a tube station there. Secondly, there's 17,500 homes being built, 84,000 square meters of commercial and retail, 20,000 of cultural attractions. There was massive infrastructure coming into that Greenwich Peninsula. If anyone knows where the Millennium Dome is, that's exactly where I'm talking about. And that's how he managed to get that significant uplift, by understanding the trends, investing early, and letting the trend be his friend. Another person was Ryan Border. He came to me in 2009. He said, right, I want to invest in Australia. We helped him buy 5 properties in Australia between Brisbane and Melbourne. He didn't go and buy a home he wants to live in. He bought 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom mom and pop houses, what every middle-class Australian wants. And statistically, the best performing property market in the G20, the top 20 economies in the world, in 2009, 2010, and 2011 was Australia. And the best 2 performing cities were Melbourne and Brisbane. And the best performing asset classes were single family homes. So Ryan massively benefited from that. A couple of years later, he immigrated. He now lives on the Gold Coast. He sold a couple of those properties and it allowed him to live on the Gold Coast. Another idea in America, this gentleman, Michael, he came on a buyer's trip with us in February 2013. He lived in South Africa at the time. And he said, I want to invest internationally. I want to diversify. I want to invest in America. I want to start earning foreign currency. And he had a dream. He had 2 daughters, I told you already, and he wanted to give them the freedom to be able to live where they wanted, to be able to work where they wanted. And he was scared. He really was scared. And he said to me afterwards, he said, Scott, when I joined, it was the best money I ever spent, and it would never have happened without you. But I want to share a quick little interview that I did with Michael, because I'm a very big believer in real people, real stories. And it's far better to hear it directly from Michael than it is to hear it from me as to the impact that it had for him. So here's Michael. Let's see what he's got to say.
I tried by doing myself. I actually went and saw a financial advisor in this country, and I just wanted more. You had an advert there, and I made contact. And then that's where it all started. But I did watch you for about a year because at the time, as you always know, as I didn't trust people at the time, so I was very scared.
What did you find there, basically? What did you like about it?
Well, first of all, the number one reason, the first thing I found was the fact that I could trust you. You weren't taking me on a fly-by-night. You showed me exactly what was going on in the United States at the moment. Because, we went to 4 different cities at the time. And you showed us all the different opportunities at the time. And we actually also met all the accountants, the lawyers, the different people that were looking after the properties. And also the fact is that you were a team, and your team and you had gone across and done all the investigations. I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was listen to you. So, the opportunities I had in 2013 when I came with you on the buyer's trip, it's now nearly 11 years that I've been associated with you. It's certainly paid dividends. There's no doubt about it. My goal was to get a passive income in a foreign currency, and it didn't make any difference from where I was in the world. I had something that I could live on.
Yeah. And what do you think the consequences would have been if you hadn't have done it?
I had changed money, and I did have investments in the Channel Islands in pounds. But as you know, banks don't give you a huge return, and I wanted something better. It's just phenomenal what it's done. How I've gained by earning dollars. That feeling as a parent is probably the best possible place to be, because that's what you want to do, is to give your children the best opportunity and be able to go anywhere in the world and do anything you like. Scott, all I can do is actually say thank you very much to Wealth Migrate for giving me the opportunity that I had in 2013. And I'm so glad that I followed through and did come through with you to the United States and have a look at the opportunities. You spoke about the medical centers. I've been part of that journey as well. I've done very well. But also Wealth Migrate, it's an incredible team that you've got.
I love real stories, real people, real stories. But, if you got it right in one country, you probably got lucky. If you got it right in 2 countries, maybe it was a fluke. But if you did it 3 times, again, if you go to my book, I talk to you and I teach you how to use trends and systems, not people's opinions, systems. We started investing in Australia, literally there. We started investing in England. We stopped there and we started again about here in England. And in America, we literally got it within 3 months of the bottom of the market. If you look at returns, the average over 25 years, the stock market has got a return of about 8%. Private equity's got a return of about 12%. What's quite interesting is that most people are in the stock market and not in private equity. And yet the stock market is much more risky than private equity is. And actually, for the last 10 years, we've consistently got a return of about 14%. Now, I don't have time tonight. And funny enough, Sheree was asking me today when I showed her a copy of my book. And she's like, when are you writing the next book? I said, I'm not. I'm never writing another book. It was too hard. But we did bring out a digital upgrade to the book. We call it Wealth Going Global. And it literally teaches people how to, what are the top 5 countries to invest in? What are the top 5 currencies? How to find the top 15 assets to invest, how to find the right partners, and how to invest over time. And I think tonight one would understand that there's just not enough time. It's literally the tip of the iceberg stuff that I can share with you, but I also want to show that the substance is there. So the first one is trends. The second one is risk. How do you manage risk? And again, I actually learned this in the last financial crisis because the world was falling apart. You know, Barclays Bank was about to go bankrupt. And I remember phoning my uncle, and I said to my uncle, he's a really wealthy investor, like I told you. And I said, what are you investing in? And he said, Coca-Cola. I said, why Coca-Cola? And he said, well, they're diversified. They're in over 100 countries. They're in multiple different products, and they pay good dividends. They pay good income. I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And then a couple of years later, I read Warren Buffett's book, Snowball, and he owns 15% of Coca-Cola, and he does it for the exact same reason, because they're diversified and because they pay good income. I learned this myself. You know, in 2002, you can literally see the date here. It was March 2002. We just had September the 11th. England was going to war with Afghanistan, and interest rates, well, inflation was going up, oil prices and the fuel was going up, and everyone was expecting interest rates to go up. And all my clever banking mates were like, you're crazy to buy houses. You're going to go bankrupt. It sounds very similar to what we've dealt with in the last 18 months. And myself and my friend bought a house, and we said, well, why don't we buy a 3-bedroom house, put a conservatory onto it, turn it into a 5-bedroom house. And by doing that, we managed to get £1,000 passive income, you know, after our expenses. And so we just wrote that, you know. And what was interesting in 2007, 2008, when the crash happened, all our clever banking mates that had focused on capital growth, they got themselves into real trouble, but we just focused on income, and we just rode right through that storm. You know, in 2008, 2009, 2010, in America, the property market was devastated, the residential property market. But, you know, the medical buildings just kept paying. And then COVID, you know, everyone says in COVID, oh, no, but you can't buy commercial property. Like, you can't buy offices that don't work. Well, that's not the truth. We invested in December 2020 in this office building. Did you ever think, just type in the chat box, did you ever think that you'd be able to invest in an office building like this, like literally one of these bank buildings? Well, I did. Along with other investors, I invested in December 2020. And I literally want to show you the real results. So I literally go in here and I have to log in live. So you know that I'm doing this for you real time. So let me get my little pin that I've got to get here. So I want to just go and show you. And what's really interesting is that people say, oh, yeah, but office doesn't work and investments don't work, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, really? Well, you know, every single quarter, October, July, April, January, we get $6,300. Last year, we got a special distribution. We haven't missed a single dividend distribution since we made the investment at the end of 2020. That's what income is all about in terms of that process. And if you go back to it, just by the way, I'll talk to this a little bit just now, but like, this is just so awesome. I don't have to do anything. Don't have to fix any toilets. Don't have to do any maintenance. Don't have to do any management, nothing. I put my money in, and once a quarter, I get paid my money out into my wallet. It's pretty cool, eh? How many of you would love to have invested in a building like that, and better still, been paid out? And by the way, that's a return of about 9%. So 9%, 9.75% to be exact, in cash on cash return. So a lady called Hilda came along to us back in 2013. She started investing in commercial property with us. She started to build her portfolio. She then immigrated to America in 2020, and it was her entire property portfolio based on the income that allowed her to have that freedom. And so I wanted to share another video with you. And, you know, just by the way, are you enjoying these real people, real stories? I mean, this is a lady, she's a teacher. Her name is Cynthia. And she literally will share with you how she started to get passive income in 30 days and what an impact that had on her life. And my big belief is that if she can do it, you can do it. So listen to this, not just to learn, but also to be inspired that this can be possible for you. She's an American living in Italy that invested and started to build globally diversified passive income. So what were the problems or challenges you were facing?
Yeah, the problem was huge. The problem was I'm living in a foreign country. I can't go back into my old career, which was China media, because I'm living in Italy. I had 3 kids to feed. I'd left my husband. And yeah, I was like, where's my skill set? So I was actually at the stage of like, just how do you put food on the table? And it was the first time it hit me that I was working for money, working, selling my time for my hours for time, and that my money wasn't working for me. And I was in that frozen position of like, what do I do with it? Like, I need this money to work for me because I'm over here scrambling to find a job and to put food on the table for the kids. I was really at that paralyzed, what do I do? What do I invest in? I was at that age where I felt like I don't have another, ride it out 20 years and the stock market always rebounds. I don't have another 20 years to ride it out. What are your needs? What's your financial situation? And I pulled up that matured fund that I had and said, I need to invest this, but I don't want to, I can't invest it for the long term. Here are my needs. I have immediate goals. I have 3 children that have just gone off to college. So I suddenly have immediate financial goals that I'm not going to be able to meet if I keep just relying on my income or selling time for money. And they listened. They asked really smart, relevant questions I wouldn't have thought of, but they were particular to me. And I didn't feel like I was being put into a box of you're this type of investor, or you're this type of investor, or you're this type, And it wasn't just the like, are you high risk? Are you low risk? It was really they really tried to understand my needs. And within 24 hours, they had a proposal to me. But here's what we're going to do to solve your immediate problem. And within 1 month, I had income coming in from an investment from them, which just liberated me. I mean, it was just the buffer I needed to not panic about money anymore and to make the rest of the decisions slowly and, from a different mindset. It's a safety net that's just, unbelievable to me that someone who is not by any means a high net worth individual can have your money working for you, can have my money working for me and give me that peace of mind.
Yeah.
But there really isn't anything like finding the partnerships that we have in this group. So yeah, I think the partnership is the number one reason to join the mastermind. It's not just about the knowledge. It's about how do you execute, but you can't execute unless you have the deals in front of you. And you can't have deals in life, in any aspect of life, unless you have good partners. And it's a partnership that I would highly recommend people to, it's worth the entire investment. I would say jump. I mean, when I think of where I was 1 year ago, it's a million miles away. And not just because I have income coming in, but knowing what my next steps are. Like, I know where I'm going. I know where the next chunk of money is going to go into. I know what, I want to invest in. I know what I don't want to invest in. And I know the partners that I want to do it with. And that's just a huge weight off anybody's, financial shoulders.
Pretty cool, eh? I mean, how many of you would like to be like Cynthia, not only to be earning that income, but also to be getting that peace of mind that she's got? And so, I talk here about the first thing being trends, the second thing being risk, and how do you, the co-host has asked you to start your video. What is that? What are you guys doing?
Got your cameras off.
Oh, thank you. Just tell me it's easier. So yeah, how do you manage risk? Well, it's all about income. So again, middle-class people are chasing capital growth. Middle class and retail investors are chasing capital growth. Wealthy people are chasing income. And so hopefully Cynthia showed you how to get income. The third thing is diversification. Now, who would listen to someone if they were getting these results? So they manage $160 billion and they've managed to get a return of 21% on average for the last 40 years. So 40 years, they're managing $160 billion on average. They've got about 21%. Would you listen to that person? Would you listen to them, or would you listen to your financial advisor? Because just by the way, is your financial advisor getting 21% for you? And have they done that consistently for 40 years? Yes? No? Sound good? Too good to be true? Again, my philosophy in life is don't go and figure it all out yourself. Just go and find the best people out there and copy them, model them. Well, this is real life. This is a real story. And so if this person over 40 years on that amount of money has managed to achieve 21%, then I believe that we can all agree we should listen to him. And what does he say is the single most important component to financial success? The single most important component to financial success is diversification. You need to diversify across assets, within assets, across markets and currencies, and across time. And it's really interesting because there's this great little book, Money Master the Game, that Tony Robbins wrote. And when we had the financial crisis, he was so pissed off by all the people that lost the money, all the middle-class people that lost their money, that Tony Robbins went out and he interviewed 50 of the wealthiest people in the world. And Ray Dalio was one of them. And Ray Dalio has the secret formula that's helped him get those results. And he wouldn't share it with anyone. But Tony Robbins said, you're 75 years old. Come on, share it with the rest of, share it with the rest of us. Share it with us minnows. And so he did. And this is the formula. You need 15 uncorrelated bets in an attractive array of assets that don't move in tandem. And if you do that, you'll reduce the risk by 80% and you'll increase the return by a factor of 5. Now, I don't have time tonight. If we were doing a full workshop, I could go into this in a lot more detail. But most people's brains switch off the moment they see this. They're like, oh, I don't understand, which is, by the way, exactly what the financial industry wants you to do. Switch off. I don't know. I must trust someone else. I must give my money to someone else. But actually, all this is saying is you need to invest in 15 quality assets that don't move in tandem. That's all it's saying. 15 quality assets that don't move in tandem. If you do that, you'll reduce your risk by 80% and you'll increase your return by a factor of 5. Simple. 15 quality assets that don't move in tandem. You reduce your risk by 80% and your return by a factor of 5. And this gentleman, this company, has managed to get 21% over 40 years. 21% a year for 40 years. Now, who here would like to reduce their risk by 80% and increase their return by a factor of 5? Just say yes or no in the chat box. Yes or no. Me, yes, yes. So here's a quick little video. It was a TED Talk where they were interviewing Ray Dalio and they said, listen, what do you and I do? I'm not in the top 1%. What do we do in these uncertain times to invest? And this is what he had to say.
So what the individual investor needs to do is know how to diversify well. So the word that I would know how to diversify well and in a balanced way, to diversify it in asset classes, to diversify it in countries, to diversify it in currencies, to know how to diversify that well so that you have wealth diversification is important. Do not think that cash is a safe investment. Cash is almost always the worst investment. So you have to think about that. You should think a little bit unconventionally. Diversify well, be humble, don't market time, and be conscious of the dangers of cash.
So around 26 minutes, if you want to go look in the TED Talk, the most important thing for an individual investor is to know how to diversify well in a balanced way. You need to know how to diversify in assets, countries, and currencies. Knowing how to diversify your wealth is the single most important thing. Cash is almost always the worst investment. Think a little bit unconventionally, diversify well, be humble, don't market time, and be conscious of the dangers of cash. Now, what's interesting when it comes to diversification, I want to share with you 5 mistakes that I see people make. So the number one mistake is that, they go to their financial advisor says, hey, pay down your house. And they live in a country, they might live in South Africa, so they're paying down their house. They're like, my house is paid down. But if you take the rand to the US dollar over the last 40 years, it's lost about 6% year on year for 40 years. And so people are like, yeah, but that's sorry for you Africans, out there. Well, for you in England, your pound has lost 45% against the US dollar over the last 50 years. 45%. Don't underestimate the impact of currency devaluation. And then people say, oh, no, but don't worry, I'll go buy new developments from a developer. And in most countries, England, Australia, South Africa, the costs don't cover, the income doesn't cover the costs. So you end up having to put money in. So now you're putting money into an investment. It's not actually an investment really, because you're putting money into it. You're hoping for capital growth, but you're getting capital growth in a currency that's devaluing. I know when I say it like that, it sounds stupid, but everyone does it every day of the week. So in my book, I literally spoke about the Global Wealth Index. Most people know about CPI, Consumer Price Index, which is where you've got a basket of goods. Well, I created a basket of goods. Skiing in France, going to Disney World, sending your kid to a private school in Australia, immigrating to Australia or America, sending your kid to Harvard. And you can take any currency in the world. You can take the pound, the euro, the dollar, the rand, the yen, whatever. You can compare currencies and you can see the impact of devaluation. A good example is the rand against the dollar has lost 92% over the last 30 years. 92%. I've told you already, the pound to the dollar has lost 45%. And this is the impact that has. I bought this beautiful...
Yeah, just share that.
Sorry.
Just switch on your... There's another packet of crisps.
Nick, you're on. Well, so, we bought this beautiful house and it looked really good. We bought it for 5.5. We sold it for 14 and made 161% return. It looked great until you put it into dollars. And you actually look at the exchange rate of what it was bought at, what it was sold at, and you put in the amount of dollars that we put in. And actually over 10 years, in dollar terms, we lost $22,000. And what's scary is that if you invested that in America over the same time, getting average results, you would have about $300,000 different. So be very aware of the impact of your investments and the impact of currency over time. The next mistake I see people make is, don't worry, I'm diversifying. I invested in London. I bought an apartment in London. But you've got one tenant, one management agent, one income stream. You've got all your eggs in one basket. If anything goes wrong, you've got a significant problem. That's not diversification. That's all your eggs in one basket. A third mistake I see, but don't worry, I've got invested in multiple buildings, but with one partner. This gentleman, I won't mention his name. He invested in a company in medical. He's got 8 investments with him, but all 8 of them are not working. All 8 of them are not paying because he invested in one company, one partner, one income stream, one asset class, one country, one currency. All his eggs in one basket. Fourth mistake is currency. People go, oh yeah, but I'm in the pound, I'm fine. No, you're not. In the last crisis, the pound lost nearly 40-something% against the US dollar. And it wasn't just them. You've got Australia, Sweden, some very sophisticated first world countries. And then, people say, oh, but, I've got all my money in American property. Well, you don't want all your money in American property either. When the American house crisis happened, it lost anywhere from 40 to 70%, depending on which city. If you had all your money in American property, you would look like a class clown. And so for me, diversification, if you take what I've done over the last 12 months, I've invested in 10 different assets, 4 different continents, 5 different currencies, 9 different asset classes, and 10 different partners. That's diversification. And what's wonderful is when you build portfolios, this was a blend. Someone had $100,000 they wanted to invest. We got them a blended return of about a 5.5% net income yield with about a 10% capital growth. So a total return of about 15%. And you start to do scenario planning. I mean, who here would like to do and build globally diversified passive income and to properly diversify? Give me a yes or a no. Chad did it. He started investing in Australia in 2011. Then he started investing in America in 2013, 2014. He subsequently started investing in other alternative assets. And although he lives in South Africa, he's truly a global citizen where he can live off his, not only is his wealth protected, he's got plan B, but he's got peace of mind and diversification. And when one gets to 65, what is so important is and this was an interview we did with our family office. So I'll tell you just now what a family office is. But in simple terms, they look after the wealthiest people in the world. And this is what they shared with our mastermind group about the most important thing by the age of 65 in terms of your wealth.
This doesn't change, guys. Asset allocation, and this is not all of the asset classes we work with, but asset allocation is going to account for 85% of your return and is the fundamental building blocks of asset management and a financial plan that's going to, produce income or anything. But Anthony's going to talk to this, and this will give you very specific kind of views around the returns, the averages, and where we think the value lies.
So, I mean, what did he say there? By the age of 65, 85% of your long-term returns are going to come down to your portfolio construction. So my question is, how many of you have good portfolio construction? How many of you have private equity in your portfolio? Interestingly enough, private equity versus the stock market. So the stock market's in dark blue, private equity's in light blue. Private equities outperformed the stock market over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. How many of you have private equity? Here's another interesting. Over 25 years, so at the bottom here, you've got risk. So this is low risk to high risk, and this is return. This is low return, this is high return. You want to be in this left corner here. You want to be in low risk, high return. Most people would love to be here. Low risk, high return. We all told it's not possible. So what's interesting is that the financial industry, the majority of you will be in this, where about 70% of your pension and your investments will be in stocks and 30% will be in bonds. Now, interesting enough, you are in the lowest return, highest risk category. And if you just put 20% private equity, just 20%, you would change to be in the lowest risk, highest return category. This is what portfolio construction is all about. What about the stock market? If you do nothing in the stock market, the S&P over 20-something years has got 9.5%. But the individual investor that tries to go do it on their own gets 3.6%. And I wanted to share a slide with you because I had a gentleman that came to me and he said, Scott, I've got $12,000 and I'm literally getting 7% at the moment. Why would I join your mastermind? Why would I invest in myself and join your mastermind? So I said, well, let's do the maths. I'm not going to have an opinion. Let me literally show you. So I said, well, you've got $12,000. You're getting 7%. And for 10 years, we've got an average of 14%. So over 1 year, if you take the difference, and if you invested $6,000 in yourself to be part of this, it's not going to make much difference. You're going to get a 6% ROI, so return on investment. That's in today's money, so it takes into account inflation. But over 5 years, so in today's money, so literally if you put in today's money, you're going to make $10,000, $10,900. And if you look at the return, ROI, it's 182%. So how many of you would put an investment down today? I'm not giving you financial advice, I'm just asking a question. How many of you would put down $6,000 today if you knew that in today's money, it would equal back nearly $11,000 to you? How many of you? There's no magic here. By getting access to the right information and the right partners that have consistently for more than a decade got 14%, this is what you're getting. And I guarantee you, if you're in South African residential property or in English residential property, you're getting somewhere between 7 to 9%. Do you need to do this maths and to look at the difference this will have on your wealth? Over 10 years, it's $48,000. How many of you would put down $6,000 today? And in today's money, so taking into account inflation, you would get back $48,000. That's an 800% return. And what about if you talk about 30 years? Maybe it's not just for you, it's for your children and maybe your children's children. Now it's nearly $750,000. Interesting. So if you look at those numbers, you know, whether it's $1,000 a month or $12,000 to start off with, and you invest $6,000 in yourself to get access to something like the mastermind, where you're getting access to the right information, the right partners. Over 5 years, it's 182% return, and it'll pay you back surplus of just short of $11,000. Over 10 years, it's an 800% return, or $48,000. And over 30 years, it's 12,000 plus return, and it's nearly $750,000. This is what it means to get access to the right information and the right partner. So I wanted to show you, because some people say, oh, but it sounds too good to be true. So I'm literally going to go online. I'm going to go to Wealth Migrate, and I'm going to sign in on the platform, and I'm going to show you. So we're going to play a little bit of Monopoly. We started off earlier with Monopoly. So my question to you on the platform, you can literally go in, you've got your digital wallet, you can do it in your own name, an offshore company or trust. You can go look at your whole portfolio all in one place. So you can manage everything, no more hassle or complexity. You've got your digital wallet. You can literally go see all your money, all your income, your returns, your dividends. You can withdraw your cash. You can deposit your cash. But let's for now, I'm not doing a demonstration on the platform. So we got 4 opportunities live at the moment. We got one in London, a private equity opportunity in London that's getting a total return of 25% a year. It's a 5-year investment. We got a debt opportunity in Austin, Texas. It's a 3-year investment. It's getting an income. So it's only income of 8.75% per year. We got an industrial opportunity. So an industrial logistics opportunity in Phoenix, in America, one of the top 3 commercial property markets in America. And there it's getting a total return of 16% and a net cash on cash of 6%. And then finally, you got German mixed use, a total return of 16% and a cash on cash of 6.99%. Now, I know people say, oh, it's not possible. I can't do commercial property, whatever. Well, let me show you. So let's play a bit of Monopoly. Do you want to invest in London? Do you want to invest in Austin? Do you want to invest in Phoenix? Or do you want to invest in Germany? Come on, tell me where you want to invest. I'm going to have a quick sip of water, and I'd like to know where you would like to invest. So I've got Germany, Phoenix, Germany, London, Austin, Germany. Okay, so Germany was the first one. So if I go to Germany and I literally look at the property here, I can go read all the information about it. I can go watch the videos. I can learn about the partners. I can go see all the pictures and everything else with regards to property. I can look at the risk. I can download all the documentation. I can go to the fees calculator. I can decide I can put in any amount of money I want, 5,342. And it automatically works out the fees, the returns, everything. Green is in my pocket, red is a fee. And if I'm putting in that amount of money, let's just use a round number for now. If I put in 10,000, over 5 years, I would get back 20,350, which shows you the income return plus the total growth. And so I can go read all about it. But now I like the deal. I want to invest literally from $10. I go continue. I literally digitally sign the agreement. I can download it. I go agree. I go make investment. And you've just seen me literally invest into Germany. So there's my German investment. Now the next one that came up was Austin. So I tell you what, I've been in Germany. I've got Europe investments, a Euro investment. Now I want to go to America. I like this deal. I want to invest from $10. I literally go, I continue. I digitally sign the agreement. I download it. I go, I agree. I go make investment. And there you've just seen me invest in Austin. Now, let's maybe do a bit of London so we can diversify. So I go London. I go invest in this deal. Literally from $10, I go digitally sign the agreement. I download it if I want. I go agree. I go make investment. And you can see now that I've now invested in Germany, in Austin, and in London. But people are saying they want all. So which one am I missing? Well, Phoenix. Okay. Well, what about industrial property? Everyone knows how good commercial industrial is. It's one of the flavors of the month. I must admit, I never thought that I'd be able to invest in an industrial logistics building right in the heart of Phoenix, one of the top 3 markets. And so literally you can go again, look at the deal. You go invest from $10. You literally go continue, digitally sign the agreement. I go, agree, make investment. And there you have it. I've just diversified across 3 countries, 3 currencies, 4 different assets, 4 different partners, and across a different time frame. And so when people talk to me and when I share with you, Ray Dalio says you need 15, well, you've just watched me do 4 in under 2 minutes. And so I promised you tonight I would show you how you could do it with a small amount of money. I literally showed you how to do it with $40. I showed you that if you don't have the time, you know, what used to take weeks, months, and years, you can now do in a very small amount of time. And on top of that, you don't need the knowledge because you can go and partner with the right people. But the best part about all of this, for those of you who own residential property, is that all of you that own residential property know that you know what I'm talking about when it comes to the hassle and the complexity. And so let's take a look here quickly, because you know when I look at commercial property, it's just so boring. You know, we invested in these 2 industrial buildings, and you can see here that it paid now in November and in October and in September and in August and in July and in June, and every month like $4,000 comes in. And it's so boring because I don't have to fix any toilets. I don't have to go and collect the rent. I don't have to worry about the mortgage or the management. I don't have to do anything. I literally am a passive investor where I invest and I let my money work for me and I make money while I sleep. People think that they got to go buy houses. You know, they're mom and pop investors, they're retail investors. We invested in this transaction here alongside an institution, and they bought 750 apartments. So this is the way institutions do it. And again, nearly $6,500 paid out every quarter. So you can see there, November, August, May, February, November, August. I think you get the point. Again, it's so boring. I don't have to fix any toilets, don't have to deal with any management or any maintenance or fix any Sky or DSTV or deal with any, you know, problems. I don't have to deal with the government or any changes in rules or legislation. Just every quarter, I get paid my dividends and my distributions. And this is the way the institutions do it. And so when you look at it, that's the difference. And we all learned this literally at the age of like 6, 7, 8, 9 when we were learning Monopoly. That's the difference between greenhouses, lots of hassle and low returns, and commercial property, which is high returns and low hassle. So I want to share another video with you. And this is a short little video from Abdul. Now, Abdul, as I said to you, was the auditor of the Auditor General, and he's a wealthy gentleman by his own measure. But he decided to invest internationally, and he shares not only why he did it, but how he did it.
And I'm a living example of that. In my little life journey from opening up my own auditing practice, the firm today audits the Auditor General of South Africa in terms of doing, pre-issuance reviews, etc.
So Abdul, let me ask a question to you in terms of it. So you've been very, very successful in property in your country, but you went and decided to sign up.
Scott, like I said to you at the beginning, I have this wealth. It's all localized. I have no exposure anywhere else on earth. Okay, so the catchy phrase from your side was going global or diversified income going global. Now that appealed to me. In other words, yes, I may be rich in this country. What happens if I'm outside? There's all types of restrictions in terms of the transfer of my wealth, my assets, wherever I may be on earth. So that appealed to me, and that really opened an opportunity or a process for me in terms of engaging in diversifying my wealth. And I must say, although I have the brains to think that out, why must I do that? Yeah, you're giving it to us on a platter. So we follow that process, and yes, we engage, and yes, we will get exposed. We have obviously since did do an investment again in property. Property is the economics, I understand. One of the things you alerted us or reminded myself is that if you do things in teams, it becomes easier. Collective wisdom is better than your own limited and parochial type of ideas. So that's also something I quite enjoyed. But if you don't have that, maybe we'll never get to success.
Yeah.
Surely it won't happen next week, but as long as it happens, I think you're on the right road. And that's the path I've chosen to take. And thanks to you, Scott. And it's never too late. The only time when you're late is when you're late. You're dead.
Yeah.
Up until then, you have a purpose on this earth, perform it.
So I love Abdul and his wisdom. And Zakia, you actually asked a question there, and I think he sort of answered it for you, because you said, how do you make the right decisions? And I mean, one of the advantages of being part of the mastermind is that, you know, we're talking and working together all the time with the partners so that people can use the collective wisdom and get access to the partnership in terms of the process. So the first one is trends. The second one is risk. The third one is diversification. The fourth one is something that everyone talks about, which is tax and structuring. And one of the things that I find interesting is that often people go out to these small little tax havens like the Isle of Man or the BVI or the Seychelles or Mauritius, and they find they get themselves into trouble. And the world is becoming more and more of a transparent place. And I know a gentleman that had all his tax structures in the Seychelles, and he's living in Portugal now, and the Seychelles have been blacklisted by Portugal, and he can't get access to his investments or his income. You know, Manu tried to do it himself, and he lost $250,000. And often when it comes to investment, it's not only about making money, but it's about protecting your wealth. How much would you invest in yourself to protect your capital? I know Manu certainly would invest a lot, and he then found us, and he became an investor and a shareholder. And so it's really important to have the right partners from a tax and structuring perspective. And, you know, Niels is in the medical industry, and, you know, he didn't understand the lingo of finance, and he had a house in America and a house in England, and, you know, different pensions, etc. And it was massive complexity and a lot of overlap and not a lot of efficiency. And he found us, and he worked with our family office. And this is what he had to say, because the peace of mind to know you've got the right partners from a tax and structuring perspective. And I don't mean, you know, most people, if you're stuck in one country, you might be in England, or you might be in Australia, or you might be in South Africa, or whatever. It's not about being in one country. It's about being a global citizen and having the right tax and structuring for you in a bespoke way to be able to invest around the world and to get globally diversified passive income. This is what he had to say.
No, definitely, Scott. I mean, it is so stressful not to know where to go, to have financial partners and advice. I mean, just the connections that you gave us, bring us in contact with these people to understand it. It makes a world of a difference. It takes a lot of stress off your shoulders, weight. It's actually a very positive experience, especially in the world now with all these uncertainties. But from a human side, I mean, this was a phenomenal experience. And it happened so fast for us. But we were ready for it. I feel that we have proper partners in you and in the mastermind and with Calio. It's a very positive experience.
So, I mean, there's no ways I can give you tax and structuring advice. And I know that Carlos asked, you know, whether they can get, you know, tax and structuring advice. I mean, we've got people in 178 countries. But for our mastermind members, that's what we do. We provide them with personal solutions through our family office. And as Neil said, it's so liberating in terms of that overall process. So the next thing and the last one, so we start with trends, then it's about risk, then it's about diversification, then it's about tax and structuring. The final one is about team. As Abdul said, you can't do this all on your own. So how do you find the right team? How do you get the right team around you? If you're a British investor and you own 10 houses in England and you've been doing England for 20, 30, 40 years, how do you find the right team? And the challenge is we're stuck because we've got two solutions. We can go through the financial industry, this is you over here, and you want to invest in an offshore fund or a REIT, and you go through your financial advisor and they go through an investment vehicle. There's multiple layers, multiple fees, very little transparency. It's very connected to the stock market. So even though you might be in a REIT, a real estate investment trust, actually if the stock market goes down, your investment goes down. There's over a 70% correlation to the stock market. And so that's not a very good way of doing it. Or you go and invest directly in property. And this is you, and you invest in your property. And there's 16 different middlemen between you and your investment. There's high minimum investments. It's hard to get mortgages. It's hard to do the management. International banking and structuring is an absolute nightmare. It takes a long term, and there's a lot of hassles. So, if you want to do it yourself, this is what you got to do. Due diligence, deals, lawyers, brokers, tax, compliance, management agents, due diligence, country due diligence, deal level SPV, payments, investor reporting, deal tracking. Or you can use technology and do 4 simple things. Sign up, set up your account, browse and invest, and earn an income. That's all you need to do. If you look at the investment process, if you look at the due diligence process, you literally, this is what we do. We go out and do due diligence on the partners. We then, we always look at the deal first, and then we go down to we always look at the partner first, and then we go down to the deal. And this is the entire process. It's taken millions and millions of dollars to put this together. And so people say, well, I can do it myself. And I'm saying, really? I don't care how much money you got. You can have $100 million. You can be a massive London investor with $100 million. And you could literally say to yourself, well, I'm going to go invest in Austin. I'm going to go invest in Phoenix. I'm going to go invest in New York. Really? You can do this all yourself. And now you then want to go to Germany. The chances are very small for success. And, we've spent millions and millions of dollars. So why go and recreate it all? Why not just copy in terms of that process? So a good example is the deal that we've got coming up literally next week in Manhattan. Now, I don't know how many of you thought that you'd get the opportunity to invest directly in Manhattan, but depending on whether you do debt or equity or a blend, it's got a 6 to 12% cash on cash return in dollars. It's got a 14 to 23% return, total return per year, IRR. It's got a 4 to 7 year hold. If you put $100,000 in, you'll aim to double that within 5 years. It's a 2x equity multiple. The ROI is roughly 20% per year. Now, just my interest, who here would like to invest in Manhattan? Literally in the heart of Manhattan, within 2 kilometers of the New York Stock Exchange. I've been talking a lot about diversification, but now you're getting access. And what's so interesting is that I don't care if you had $10 million, 10 million pounds, you would not be able to get access to this opportunity because it's not even on the market. The only way to get access to it is by the right partners. And we got access to it through our family office. So what is a family office? Well, if you go and Google it, go and look at Investorpedia or whatever. A family office is a private wealth management firm established by ultra high net worth families that provide a family with a selection of personalized services, investment management, financial planning, estate and tax planning, philanthropic investing, concierge services, etc., etc. You need more than $250 million to be able to have your own family office. Now, the best part about it is that we've democratized the access to a family office. So we've partnered and with this gentleman, Garth, he literally has allowed us. So they've got a multi-family office. They manage over 65 clients and over $700 million. And they said the 1% can pay for advice and get results. We need to support everyone else to get access to the same advice and the same results. And that's why deals like the German deal, the London deal, the Manhattan deal are now available to you and I, because previously they weren't, unless you had tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. And so I want to share a little video with you, because a lot of people say, well, what is a family office? And it sounds too good to be true. And why would they want to work with me? Just imagine while you're listening to this, imagine having Garth as your partner. Imagine having him in your corner, looking after your tax, your structuring, your finances, and ultimately helping you build your wealth, protection, and creation for generational wealth over the rest of your life and your children's lives.
The family office is typically
a full financial management of a high net worth individual's affairs. Typically, a wealthy person would set up a family office to administer everything in-house. You would bring in, legal attorneys, private equity, and construct a full suite of investment services, from offshore structuring to offshore legal advice. So we set up a family office to be an outsourced full financial services provider outside of the scope of just investment management. And that's what we brought to the table. And we realized that we wouldn't do that for a single family. And that was where we said we became a multi-family office. Our services were well outside of the scope of what a financial planner would do.
Well, talk to us a little bit about that, because most people, including me, only really understand a financial planner or / an investment bank. Maybe you've been invited to the private banking of investment banking, etc. What is the difference?
Oh, look, a financial planner is one service of probably 15 or 20 that a family office does. A financial planner effectively looks at a person's wealth preservation or their wealth creation. He goes, how do I create more wealth if a person hasn't yet got sufficient wealth? And he goes to the typical listed market space. And if he works for an institution, he goes to his employer's institution and offers their products as a solution to create wealth. The more sophisticated financial planner is the one that's working with the high net worth and saying, well, here's how we can preserve wealth. And that preservation of wealth then comes in the form, again, of the same financial products, sometimes slightly more sophisticated, a little bit more on the offshore side. He's not often involved in the actual legal structuring, and that is just outsourced by the bank to alternative companies. So very little of what a sophisticated financial planner does really goes into him being involved in the taxation, the immigration, the international tax planning, international business, corporate advisory, resolving tax issues, staying current. So I think a financial advisor is largely connected to creating wealth and using listed investments, and protecting wealth using listed investments, which is just one very small part of what a family office really does and is capable of doing with in-house services.
If you're working with some of the wealthiest families, around the world, why would you work with me? What's the reason for that?
Yeah, Scott, I've said it before. You can build scalable businesses, and, I'm both a financial person and an entrepreneur. But what I started picking up is I don't think good advice should be the domain of just the super wealthy. Okay. And one of the greatest problems the world faces is wealth disparity. Where 99% of the wealth is held in 1% of the world's population hands. And we know that's one of the biggest problems that has to change. But the same with advice. The wealthier are, the higher the quality of the advice, the more access you have to deals, the more access you have to create more wealth. So, in our universe, we want to create opportunities for a much broader, much more scalable suite of wealth and investors, for example. So I really want to see people that are hungry to learn. So for me, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, if we can teach the secrets of that 1% to 25, 30% more people, we create a much more sustainable world and a much more sustainable economy. So yeah, I think that's where you and I have worked really well together, is to create scalable but high-end information being accessible to other people rather than just the 1%. Yeah. And also, with the 65 clients we have, 70 clients, it grows all the time, I haven't counted, families that we have, so much opportunity exists within that for us to spread that opportunity and create a real symbiotic environment for wealth creation and transfer of knowledge. Wonderful, Scott. Thank you for that. And yeah, it's been a great journey, and it's always so rewarding to hear compliments from your clients. And yeah, long may we continue to, teach and grow people.
So we nearly finished on the 5 trends, but who would like to have a family office in their corner? So who would like to help, literally have a family office to be helping you with your family planning, your tax, your structuring, creating your portfolios, looking at your pensions, taking your residential properties and analyzing whether they are good for you, whether they're getting the best optimal. The question is, most people don't have access to a family office, but we've managed to democratize that access, and we've done it through our mastermind. And a great example of this, I love real people, real stories, because this little video, it's a very short video, it's literally 1 minute long, where this guy's a farmer and he's had a very tough year. If you listen, he's, his income was 30% of what his expenses were. But by having the partnership in the mastermind, having access to the family office, he'd looked for 40 years talking to different financial planners and stuff about actually having a partner. And he finally now has it. And he talks here about his excitement, not only in earning passive income, but about in having access to the partnership.
Scott, can you remember when you were a little kid and it was Christmas morning and you opened your Christmas presents? Huh? Can you remember that? That's what I feel like.
I have a little kid, so I get reminded quite regularly at the moment.
I tell you what, amazing. And I only just got a few dollars back in my investments again. It's the second payment I got in that I've seen on my wallet, and it's money that I didn't have to slog for. I had to think for it, but I didn't have to slog for, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's just when you start seeing your money work for you, it's just an absolutely indescribable feeling. And as a farmer now, I've got a very specific goal, which says that I need to build alternate income streams so that the weather doesn't matter. Because that's being a crop farmer, the weather matters very much, and particularly this past year. When your income for a year is only 30% of what your expenses have been, you're in a difficult position. And to be energized and as excited as what I am in that position is incredibly empowering. Thanks, Scott.
It's a pretty cool story. And, his first investment was a couple of $100. He joined the mastermind. He invested in himself and his family. But his first investment was a couple of $100. And that's the difference. I got this message just yesterday from Judy. And, literally she said, you're closing out 2024. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's check-in. I joined in January and I'm a year down the line. My wealth goals are so much clearer. I'm feeling grateful, so grateful for this mastermind and everything I've learned along the way. And, just type in there if mastermind is something you're interested in, because what I've shared with you, just type in the word mastermind, because what I've shared with you is that this is what the wealthiest people are doing. There's 5 things, whether they do it on their own, whether they have their family office do it for them. There's 5 things they do. They manage the trends. They manage the risk. They diversify. They have their tax and structures in place. And they have the right team around them. And I've showed you tonight, I've showed you those 5 things. And so you might be sitting there and thinking to yourself, oh, but I don't have any of those 5. And you might be feeling overwhelmed. And you might even be feeling like this little girl that's, getting sprayed in the face with lots of information. But I want to help you be able to have peace of mind, because I'm going to show you how you can do this. You can keep trying, like I did it for 14 years. You can keep trying to burrow away and try and do it all on your own, like I did, and go out and read all the books and kind of go on all the courses and find all the mentors and basically try and do it all yourself. Or you can do what these people did. And they joined the mastermind and they got the plan and they got the partnership and they got the peace of mind. I mean, this person's retired, an influencer, a CEO, had a business exit, been an investor for 15 years, a plumber, a teacher, a farmer, an engineer, retired, an auditor, CA, and in the medical industry, and then these lovely ladies. And I showed you earlier because a couple of years later, Jordan has achieved passive income. He's achieved diversification between countries, currencies, and assets. He's got effective results with predictability. He's got the right knowledge for his family. He's achieved wealth protection, plan B, and peace of mind. He's got accountability. He's got a family office. He's creating generational wealth. He's got a wealth plan, and he's getting results. And I asked you right up front, do you want to be like Jordan? Imagine yourself a year, 2, 3, maybe 5. But if you've achieved all of those things for yourself, and for Diane, if you say, yes, I'm feeling overwhelmed, you don't have to, because you don't have to do it all yourself. Just like I showed you right at the beginning this morning, or not this morning, sorry, when we started earlier, you can try to do it all yourself, and then I would feel overwhelmed. I'd feel very overwhelmed. But you don't have to feel overwhelmed, because through partnership, all of these other people and Jordan have achieved this. Victoria has achieved her streamlined investment strategy. She feels empowered and is making the right decisions for herself and her family. And she's on her way to financial freedom so that she can cherish her moments with her family. And so I got a question for you. And I'm going to put up a little poll here because I'd love to know, would you like to, let me just share my polls. What's it doing now? Why is it not? There we are. So let me know in the poll if you'd like a free discovery call where you sit with me. This is not some gimmick. I'm very grateful that Simon and Paul and Ann Wilson have all helped let you know about this opportunity. And I'll sit with you on a free discovery call. I'll literally understand what it is you're looking for. I'll try and understand what you're trying to achieve. I'll let you know more about the mastermind and what we're doing. And I'll see if there's synergy and whether we can help you. And if you would like to have a free discovery call, just put it in there. And maybe you can go into Christmas with not only knowing you've got the partners, but knowing you've got a plan and having that peace of mind that you literally, truly have a far better understanding so that you don't have to feel overwhelmed, whether it's Diane or anyone else that's feeling overwhelmed. There's no need to feel overwhelmed. Because the old way of doing it, the old economy, was that I had to go out and do it all myself. I had to fly to America, I had to fly to England, I had to fly to Australia. When I lived in London, I used to walk the streets myself. I knew exactly how far. I used to call it the rule of 10 minutes, where, you know, if I was buying in Wimbledon, I knew every single house and street that was within a 10-minute walk of Wimbledon tube station, because my logic in London was you had to buy a property within 10 minutes of the tube station. So whether it was Rains Park or Wimbledon or Putney or any of those areas in the southwest that I invested in, it was always within 10 minutes of the tube station. I had to know all of that, all of myself. I tried to do it all myself. And then I realized that through partnership, I could get there so much quicker, simpler, and safer. And so we've evolved that, you know, and we built it into a mastermind so that other people can have access to that. Other people can have access to a family office. Other people can have access to partners where you can get to invest in commercial property that most of us didn't think was possible, whether it's in England or America or Europe or Australia, and you can get access to the right information with the right partners. And so by sitting down in a discovery call with me or possibly with my colleague Alex, you'll literally get, for us, this is all about, so we're all about setting people up for success. I'm not interested in helping people unless we can help them get results. So I want to understand what it is you're looking to achieve. What are your outcomes? What's been holding you back? What do what do you want? And then it allows us to explain more about what the mastermind is. And if there's synergy, And if there's a belief that we can help you, then, you know, the invitation can be put out there to join the mastermind. And that's what the discovery call is all about. It's about win-win. It's about setting people up for success in terms of that process. And so hopefully, Diane and others, you're feeling less overwhelmed in terms of that process. You know, I started, if I share my screen here, I started, and I've got a real gift for you now, if you want me to share with you, because I'm about to share with you the 9 steps. So we've been following our family office I've worked with them for more than 10 years. And what we've done between myself and my partners is we've choreographed the 9 steps that they have for generational wealth. But before I share that with you, I wanted to remind you of the question that I asked you on the very first slide. And I know many of you thought it was too good to be true. I said, what would it mean to you in 12 months or less to be earning at least $6,000 passive income without any hassle or complexity? And do me a favor, type in the chat box. What's your thinking been like? Has it changed? When you saw that 2 hours ago, you thought to yourself, yeah, that sounds too good to be true. But I've now shown you many, many, many people that are doing it. I've shown you how they're doing it. I've shown you the 5 principles that you can literally copy. You don't even have to reinvent it. You can literally just copy it. And that's why question number 2 is, how would you like a system which can help you statistically get there 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer? Because our philosophy is, why go figure it all out? Ray Dalio is getting 21% a year and has done for 40 years. And how's he done it? By investing in 15 quality assets that don't move in tandem. That's all he's doing. So why don't we just copy him? Why don't we diversify across countries, currencies, and assets and literally copy him? He's told us what to do. So your last chance to book a free discovery call with me. By the way, I never do this ever. My partner and I, Alex always does the free discovery calls, but my agreement with Anne and with Paul and with Simon was that I would actually do them because I really respect them as people. I really respect their communities. And between Alex and I, we want to make sure that we give people the best experience possible. So we agreed to do it together so that we could add as much value as possible. So this will be your last chance. If you want to get a free call, just put it in the survey. But I got one final question for you. I'd like to make you an offer to show you how you could do this safely and simply in the next 12 months. So if you'd literally like to start to earn that passive income without any hassle or complexity, and you would like a system to do it faster, simpler, and safer, you could literally do it all on your own. Or you could literally have it done for you, done with you, done for you. And so can I share that with you? And in the process, I'm going to share with you the 9 steps. There's 9 steps to generational wealth. 9 steps. So we spoke about living a life unlimited. Okay, right. If you didn't book your discovery call, toughies for you. In terms of the process, I'm stopping the poll so that you can see the screen. How do we do it? Through diversification. I showed you the formula. Diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. It's all about building the globally diversified passive income. And let's play a little game. So who's up for a game? Just say yes or no. I'm interested if you're up for a game. And by the way, Jan, if you battle to type your name, just type in there mastermind if there's some problem, or even a discovery call, and the team will be able to get back to you if there's some tech issue you were battling with regards to the poll. So if you're battling with a poll and you want to be part of the mastermind, or you want a discovery call, just type in there mastermind or discovery call, and then the team will be able to reach out to you. If people were struggling with the tech or whatever. So anyway, who's up for a game? Yes, no, a couple of people up for a game. Come on. You've been here for 2 hours. It's time to have some fun. To be honest, I like to work hard, play hard, if you haven't figured that out by the earlier pictures right up front. So anyway, Let's see here quickly in terms of this little game. So a bunch of people up for a game. Okay, so imagine you go to a doctor and the doctor says you've got a serious medical condition and you literally have to lose 10 to 15 kilos as quickly as possible. Now, I hope this never happens to you. Just remember it's a game. But just imagine that this, was real life, because it illustrates an important point. So again, the doctor says to you, you absolutely have to lose 10 to 15 kilos as quickly as possible. And you've got two options. You can have the home study course, where you can go home and you can sit and you can put in the DVD, or you can play it on the internet and you can literally watch, and you're going to do your yoga, your Pilates, or your gym in the comfort of your couch or your living room. Or you have a coach turn up and they train you daily. Now, remember, you have to lose 10 to 15 kilos and you have to lose it quickly, and your health depends on it. Which one would you want? Which one would you have confidence? The home study or the coach? Option one, the home study, or option two, the coach? And what's so interesting is that everyone knows in their heart of hearts that it's the coach. Everyone knows. So yes, the home studies are there. Yes, there's lots of information on the internet, but everyone knows that if the results are important to them, it's option number two. It's the coach that's going to help them get the results. It's the accountability of the coach. And so if that's the case, what about if the same was for building globally diversified passive income? What about if it was the same for your wealth? Do you have a coach? Do you have someone that's holding you accountable? Are you part of a mastermind or a team or a group that is taking you to the next level? For some investors, those that are super experienced, sophisticated, motivated beyond belief, we've got just what the doctor ordered. We've built the home study courses. I singularly believe the most important things to be successful is you need the right information and you need the right partners. We've created 2 home study programs. We have Wealth Going Global, which will give you the right information, and we have Asset Mastery that will introduce you to the top 15 partners in the top 15 assets around the world. So there you've got it, the right information and the right partners. And so if you're super motivated, you can go and do it all yourself. But we've actually proven for 2 decades that there's a much more effective option. And we all know that coaching gets results. The problem with coaching is that it's expensive and it's unaffordable for most people. And so we sat back and we said, how do we solve this problem? And I always answer the problem with the same answer. It's simple. We use technology. Just like Uber has changed the taxi industry, Airbnb has changed the hotel industry, or Netflix has put Blockbuster out of industry. We know after 20 years of helping people invest, and I personally have spent over $1 million in coaching programs, masterminds, and dealing with thousands and thousands of investors, we know that the current investment space is broken. And so we fixed it. We literally built the home study course. If you want to go and do it, it's there. The right information and the right partners. But according to Harvard, you have a 400% better chance of success with a coach than if you do it on your own. 400% better chance, 4 times. And what was so interesting is that I told you already earlier on, I joined Roger Hamilton's mastermind in 2011, and I just got geometric results. And ever since then, I've always gone out to find masterminds to be part of, to do anything if I want to be better at something. And I found this video a couple of years ago, and it summarized why masterminds were so effective for me. And I mean, literally, I was on an event recently with Russell Brunson. And Russell Brunson's mastermind costs $250,000 a year. And he says the only way that he learns now is through masterminds. And this is why they are so powerful.
No, this is extremely predictable. There's tons of research around it. Humans change 5 times faster in groups than they do with a one-on-one coach, consultant, or therapist in that case.
Wow.
So I started looking back at business models and people who had done this effectively over the generations. Masterminds aren't new, folks. They're not new at all. People have been doing this for thousands of years. And when you put a collection of people together who are all committed, all driven, and all so want to make the right changes happen. And you give them a leader to follow who's willing to get in the trenches with them. All of a sudden, you start finding real, rapid life or business transformation.
So again, let's just look at what he said there. Humans change 5 times faster. So I told you I would show you a system. 5 times faster in groups than they do with a one-on-one coach. However, to achieve that, you need a collection of people that are committed, driven, and so want to make the right changes. And you give them a leader to follow who's willing to get in the trenches with them. And then you start to see real, rapid life and business transformation. So the question is, do you want real, rapid life, and business or investment transformation? Because that's the formula. Get in a mastermind of like-minded people with the right leaders, the right partners to help you. And then you're going to see the results. And that's how you get there. 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. I told you on the very first slide, I would show you how to get somewhere 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. Now, one of the things I enjoy, I love this little picture, is that this is your comfort zone. You're living in England, you got 4 buy-to-let properties. It's what you've done for 20 years. It's what you understand. You're concerned about the new Labour government. You're concerned about the changes on stamp duty and the new regulations and all of the headwinds to where residential buy-to-let investing is going in England. But you don't know what to do, and you're a bit nervous to try something new. Well, this is where the magic happens. The magic happens here, out of your comfort zone. And that's why we built the mastermind. We built the mastermind to give people access to the right information and the right partners, and to do it in a collective so that we can achieve results. Everyone gets bespoke and personalized service, but in the collective whole, as long as we've got a group of like-minded people and we've got the right leaders and the right partners, then we're going to get there 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. And so who's it for? Well, it's for people in interpersonal development. I don't, and I can't work with people that know everything. It's for people that have a growth mindset and want to learn and are coachable and not only want to get value, but want to add value. It's for people that want passive income. I'm not interested in crypto trading or bot trading or day trading or even fix and flips. This is for people that want passive income, and they want a passive income of at least $6,000 or more. It's for people that have already got started. They might have invested in some property, or they might have a pension or invested in some stock market stuff or whatever, but they've got going. But most importantly, it's for people that want to get there in the fastest, safest, and simplest way without the hassle and complexity. It's people that understand the science of what works. Who's it not for? Well, it's not for complete beginners. There's other programs for that, but this is not that. It's not for time wasters and people that have lots of excuses. It's not for people with no capital, because you want to get started and be able to invest and get results. And it's not for people with difficult personalities. I always say in any golf club, it only takes one idiot to ruin it. So we call it Private Wealth Global, and it's all about getting results safely and simply. And it's our enhanced partnership between our family office and ourselves. What is it all about? And by the way, if this resonates with you, I would strongly recommend, if you haven't done it already, to just type in there discovery, call, or mastermind, and come and join us, because this is what we do. We focus on building globally diversified passive income and helping you get portfolio growth. How do we do it? We diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. It's all about building passive income. And what do we do? Well, if you've got any hairy, audacious goal, so this is your goal here, you need to break it down into sub-goals, which we do monthly, and then into your tasks and activities in terms of that process. And so I want to finish off with giving you a gift. And I told you already I started working with this family office in about 2012, 2013. I can't remember exactly what year. I had an investor that was investing in commercial property, and they started with $1 million in their very first investment. And so they got their family office to come and look at it and do the due diligence on us and the deal and everything. And again, I'd never heard of a family office until this happened. And I was intrigued. I was like, wow, there's this whole other organization that looks after wealthy people that none of us are even invited to. And over the years, I've had the privilege of getting about 4 or 5 families to be able to join their family office. And so I've seen the inner workings. And more recently, in the last 2 years with the mastermind, every single mastermind member gets access to the family office. And so we've tracked and we've watched and the patterns of what they do. And there are 9 steps to generational wealth. 9 steps. Now, my question to you, your financial advisor or your investment banker, and I'm not saying every single one in the world, but generally across the board, is helping you do one of the 9 steps. They are helping you with investment solutions. They're helping you with one of the 9 steps. But there are literally 9 steps to creating generational wealth. So I know I've taken a lot of time tonight. I've tried to add as much value as possible. But who would like to know the 9 steps? Who would like me to share with you what those 9 steps are that the wealthiest people are using and that family offices use to help them protect their wealth and ultimately create generational wealth? Yep. Okay, you still with me? Your energy is still up? Maybe just do me a favor. Just stand up in your chair and just literally just stretch out, just shake. You've been on your bum for 2 hours or so. I'm standing, but I'm conscious of the energy. So just stand up, just pivot a little bit. I mean, what I'm about to share with you is some of the greatest nuggets that I could literally give you. I mean, again, if you're going to learn from some of the wealthiest people in the world, like literally copy them. Like these are the 9 steps. And if you want to create generational wealth, this is literally what you need to do. So just stand up, just pivot around, touch your toes, bend over, just get your energy going in terms of the process. Trust me, it'll work for you because you really, and yet he's saying she's doing 20 jumping jacks. Well done to you. But ultimately, it's really important that your energy is there. So let's go into this. So I'm going to, look, I could spend another 2 hours going into this. So I'm going to go through it quickly, just as an overview in terms of, but there's 3 phases. You got phase 1, which is the setup. You got phase 2, which is the planning. And you got phase 3, which is the results. So let's go into phase 1, which is the setup. The first is establishing your vision. The most important thing in any important thing in your life is you've got to get clear on what your goal is. We call it the outcome. We call it the lighthouse. So most people in life are caught up in their problems and their drama. I'm living in England. The interest rates have risen. The cost of living's gone up. The Labour government's got into charge. They're all against my buy-to-let investing. It's a major problem. I'm worried about the legislation. I'm worried about what's going to happen with my tenants. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell my property. You know, they're dropping the stamp duty regulations. Or sorry, they're putting them up. They're dropping the first-time buyer, which is going to subdue the market. Problem, worry. Whereas you need to focus on the outcome. How do you do that? Well, we literally sit with you one-to-one. Everyone gets a personalized, when you join the mastermind, we have a personalized session one-to-one to define your top 3 outcomes, define your top 3 priorities, define your top 3 measures, and write them down. Take the noise out of your head and get clarity, because the more clarity you got, the more power you got. And I mean, this is what this young lady said to me, or not young lady, but anyway, this lady that joined the mastermind, this is what she had to say to me when she went through this process.
Hi, Scott. This is just a quick fan message. Just wanted to thank you again for our coaching call the other day. And then also wanted to thank you for the brilliant idea of that, sort of publicly putting in your goals in that Google Sheet. I see that the Google Sheet magically populated itself since the first time I saw it. And I must say the 2024 goals are very inspiring. And it's amazing to see I find it incredibly supportive to see, you know, people's just the amount of energy and the goals, and yeah, it's really inspiring. So just wanted to thank you for that. I really enjoyed reading everybody's goals. I haven't read all of them, but and somehow it's just really helpful. All right, well, have a fantastic day, and we'll see you in February. Bye.
You know, simplicity is power. So we help you get clear on your top 3 outcomes, priorities, and measures. We basically get clear on what does the top of the mountain look like. The second thing is the investment solutions. So you get access to exclusive deals, you get access to discount, and you get access to a private banking service. And we literally hold your hand in terms of the onboarding. So we help our members simply and safely get access to high quality opportunities all in one place without any complexity. The third is getting to know yourself. Now, most people don't even know what this is, but the Enneagram has literally been around for 5,000 years. It's the oldest profiling system in the world. It's older than religion itself. And what we've done with our family office, by the way, you can't get this anywhere else in the world because we created it. But what we've created is the Enneagram and wealth. And so there are different types of investments, and depending on, there's 9 different Enneagram styles, and there's 27 tri-types. Again, I don't have time tonight to go into all of it, but depending on who you are, and each one of us we have a personal profile. And what's interesting is when you understand your personal profile, you'll have a far better understanding of why you invest like you do. What mistakes have you made in the past? How could you avoid those mistakes? What investments make sense for you because of who you are? And by the way, there's no right and there's no wrong, but who you are is important so that you can have a personalized approach. And you know what people have said to us? Awesome, thank you, amazing, enlightening, good session, love it, love the innovation, etc. So what is the Enneagram and wealth? It helps you gain clarity and insights into what motivates you, enabling more effective decision making. So that's all about the setup. Now we go to the planning. So, you know, most of us go see a doctor and we have a portfolio health check. Well, we go see a doctor, we have a health check. Well, what about looking at your portfolio? What about looking if you've got properties or your tax or your structuring or your pension or your RAs or your, you know, wherever you are in the world, all the fancy terms. So you get access to our family office and they literally help you review. This was a guy in England that owned 6 or 7 properties. Some of them were cash flow positive. Some of them have negative equity. Some of them were cash flow negative. We literally showed him how he could restructure his portfolio, how he could go from a negative cash flow of £750 a month to a positive cash flow of £2,000 a month and literally get a far better return. So this is what portfolio health checks are all about. And it helps people get clarity on their portfolio without any overwhelm. So it's taking away the complexity and the anxiety, and it's just helping you understand what you've got. And literally, it's so much better to have everything all in one place, to be able to analyze all of the asset classes, no matter whether you live in England, Australia, America, Canada, South Africa, wherever, and to have a personalized process for you and your family. But now it gets interesting, because now we understand what you've got and we do a health check on it. But what about portfolio optimization? And this is where it comes down to 3 different things. What are your individual circumstances? What is your Enneagram profile? And then how do we build a wealth plan? And again, depending on what currency you want it in, but imagine having a full plan so that you know exactly where you are and exactly where you want to get to. And actually, so this is where you want to be, this is where you are, and now you got a plan to get from A to B in terms of that plan. So portfolio optimization will help our members have peace of mind, knowing they have a resilient investment portfolio. So it takes what you've got and it optimizes it. It makes sure it's protected, but it makes sure that your money is working hard for you. I'm just type in the chat box. Is this something you would like? I mean, would you like a partner that would help you not only look at what you have to make sure that it's protected and that it's tax efficient, but also more importantly, that it's being optimized? I mean, I've shown you already tonight, if you're getting a better return over time, it has a significant financial impact for you and your family over time. Is this making sense? Okay, what about wealth, lifestyle, and legacy? So we bring in a gentleman called David Lipschitz. Now, David only works with the wealthiest families out of America and India. He used to come from McKinsey's. he charges $250,000 per family normally. But again, we've democratized it by using technology. So what does he teach people? The essential components to building and sustaining generational wealth, strategies that align wealth with life goals and family values, insights into managing financial, social, and experimental capital, techniques for effective family communication and decision-making about wealth, practical advice on navigating family dynamics and intergenerational relationships, step by step to creating lasting legacy that benefits your future generations. What is this all about? Well, it's helping you define a step-by-step action plan with regards to your wealth, your lifestyle, and your legacy. And then we go to phase 3, which is all about results. How many of you, just be honest with me, type in the chat box, how many of you have had a plan in the past and you haven't executed? So you had a plan, you knew what to do, but you haven't executed. I know I have. Who else is going to be honest with me? So we can set you up and you can have a plan, but a plan without action will not get you results. A plan without action will not get you results. And so phase 3 is all about getting results. Our team is only interested in results. So step 7 is accountability, mindset, and execution. Everyone wants results. This is where it sits here. But below the iceberg is emotions, values, thinking, assumptions, belief, bias, judgment. And the problem is that 95% of the world is in an away state. They're withdrawn, fearful, inability to make good choices, demotivated. And you need to be in a toward state. To live a great life and to get great results, you need to be in a toward state. Happy, ability to think clearly, creative, see new opportunities. And there's only 2 ways to be in a toward state. 2 ways. One is you get very clear on your outcomes. And 2 is you get in a group of like-minded people. You get very clear on your outcomes and you get in a group of like-minded people. So that's why we start off and we get very clear on your outcome. What is it? It's your lighthouse approach. But now it's about your midterm planning. So we know where you want to get to. If you're climbing a mountain, we know what the top of the mountain is. But you've got to figure out, if you're climbing Kilimanjaro or Everest, you've got to get up every single day. You've got to get to a different camp. So that's the milestones along the way. And so we have monthly group accountability. We literally check in. This is your top 3 outcomes, priorities, and measures. Where are you for the month? We use a robot system, done orange in progress, red is not done, so that you can see where you're at. And then you've got your tasks and activities. I learned this from Roger Hamilton 10 years ago. This is what is so successful in terms of getting results. Your accountability tracker. Do you walk around with a problem on your shoulder the whole time, trying to figure it out yourself? Do you know that coaching is reported that 99% of people who had a coach report them helpful, 95% report them very helpful, and 96% would engage in coaching again. So you can walk around with a problem on your shoulder, a block, a mindset, an obstruction, or you could literally jump in a hot seat and use a facilitated process in a group coaching environment to be able to get results. Or maybe you don't want to do group coaching. Maybe you want to do transformational coaching. And this is where, for a select group of people, I work with them one-to-one. Every single month, I check in with them on their top 3 priorities, their top 3 outcomes. Where are they at? Are they on track? And I've got a template software that I use to help them not only get transformational results, but also to have the accountability. And I literally got this in the last week from Angie, where she said, thanks so much again for our session. I always leave feeling energized and motivated and feeling good about what I've accomplished. And you offered to make my recommendations on how to help me more to enhance my experience is highly appreciated. You rock. So, I mean, this is the difference of, if you could do it in group coaching, or you can do it in one-to-one transformational coaching with me personally. And then it comes down to your tasks and activities. And again, just be honest in the room. Who here has challenges with some habits and you actually want to change, some habits that you're not happy with? Like, there's literally tools that we help people to change their habits. And another one that I enjoy is time management. Who struggles with time management? Who's really, really busy? Like, you might be super successful, but time management is such an issue. This comes up with about at least 80% plus of my mastermind clients. And we literally, I help them design and set themselves up for success so that they get back their time. I mean, who wants your time back? Like, at the end of the day, you want your time back. So I help you solve that. Get your time back. You know, people always say to me, "Oh, but Scott, you know, how much time will it be part of the mastermind?" I told you already with Roger. And they're like, "Oh, I don't have the time to participate." I'm like, really? So for the last 10 or 20 years, you haven't got what you wanted. And if you don't invest the time now, I guarantee you that 10 years from now, you won't have the results you want in the space unless you invest some time. And so I literally teach people how to prioritize and optimize their time to get the results that they want. So what is accountability about? It's about providing our members with the tools and resources to achieve ongoing results. Then number 8, community partners and knowledge transfer. Well, this is where we use our exclusive learning and community platform. So it's a learning platform, calendar and events, accountability, community engagement, and engagement. And we've actually built this out. This is fairly new. We literally built this out, but you can literally go into our private wealth community. Everyone can talk to each other and engage. We've got our classroom. So literally you go in here and you've got your 9 steps, and you systematically and formulaically can go through all of the 9 steps in terms of the process. You've got your calendar, so you can manage your entire life right through to January 2026. You can go and talk to the other members. So everything's all in one place in terms of community engagement and learning. All the recordings are here. By the way, as part of the mastermind, you get access to Wealth Going Global. You get access to Asset Class Mastery, et cetera, all in one place. So what do we do on a monthly basis? Every month we check in with our family office. It's an online session. We get an update on what do we need to know about the market, what is happening with currency, what do we do about our portfolio construction. This is so valuable. I cannot overemphasize how valuable this is. And by the way, it's not a 4-hour presentation. It's a TED Talk, literally 20 minutes. What do you need to know about what's happened in the market in the last month? What does it mean that Trump has been elected? What does America First mean? What is the impact that's going to have on global trade and on the stock market? Do you know? I do, because just yesterday I had our mastermind session and our family office took us through all the trends, what we need to know and what we need to prepare for going into 2025. We then do a financial understanding where we bring in a partner or an expert and we learn about one specific knowledge space that we need. We look at deals every month. We look at new deals and we review them. I can't remember who asked me earlier, but how do I know about the deals and the due diligence? Well, we literally go through it. We review, we track in terms of this process. So, you know, this is everything that people have to say. Mind-blowing, very valuable, very enlightening. And as Neil said, it is just so liberating. So what is it all about? It's getting access to the right partners and empowering people to increase their confidence to make better decisions for themselves and their family. And then step 9, well, it's about investments and results. And so through quality investments and partners, we enable our members to achieve results in globally diversified passive income and portfolio growth. And as Cynthia said, thank God for this mastermind, the partners it brings us, and the exponential learning curve you gifted us with. Those are the 9 steps, ladies and gentlemen. You can literally copy them or you can join us. And, you know, my question is, which one of our passive income communities would resonate for you? So we've got the 6K Club, and that's where someone is looking to earn at least 6K in passive income. They are traditionally a retail investor or what we call a mom and pop investor. They've traditionally gone out and bought houses or apartments, and they want to become a sophisticated investor. They want to start investing like the family offices, like the institutions, like the top 1%. They want to master their portfolio. That's the 6K Club. What about the 12K Club? They want to earn at least 12K in passive income or portfolio growth. They're a high net worth that wants to be a global investor. They want global diversification. They might be sitting in Cape Town or in Liverpool or Birmingham or Manchester or London, and they want to diversify outside of their country and become a global, citizen and have global diversification. Or you got the 24K club, which is where you want to get at least $24,000 in passive income or portfolio growth. Now you're starting to think about generational wealth and about ensuring your legacy. And so I got a question for you. If I stop sharing here, which one resonates for you? Tell me, which club would you like to be part of? What are your aspirations? Do you want to be part of a mastermind and a group of like-minded people? And which level of commitment would you like? Would you like to be part of a 6K club, which is about mastering your portfolio and aiming to target at least 6K in passive income and portfolio growth? Or would you like to be part of a 12K club where it's about global diversification and you're wanting to do at least 12K in passive income or portfolio growth? Or do you want to be part of a 24K club, which is 24K in passive income or portfolio growth, but it's about ensuring your legacy and about generational wealth? I'm fascinated. And you know what's so interesting for me is that in any one of these, to get the result you want takes a bigger commitment from your side. Not necessarily a time commitment. Ironically, the 24K club is where more stuff is done for you, so it takes less time. But ultimately, it's a commitment, because we've learned that the science of success is that the more people commit, the more they're going to get the results. And so the more they commit, the more we commit. So in the 12K club, we provide double the value to the 6K club because we want to put in double the energy to help people get the results to get to the 12K outcome that they want. And in the 24K club, we again double the energy, double the resources to help people get the results. So which one are you interested in? Come on, be honest with me. I'm fascinated. I've literally shared with you the 9 steps to generational wealth. I've shown you how to do it. You've got a number of choices, I suppose. You can go and try and do it all yourself. And if you're anything like me, 10 years ago, I didn't even know it existed. But now, you do know it existed, but it's fine. You can copy it and go try and do it all yourself. Or you can go try and find your own financial advisor or your own family office. You can do that, I suppose. You can kind of phone a friend and try and do it with a friend and maybe you'll get the results. Or you can literally join a mastermind with a group of globally like-minded citizens that are already getting the results. Like, we've already got 3 streams. We've got that's why we call them our passive income communities. We've got the 6K community, we've got the 12K community, we've got the 24K community. One of the things that I'm so blessed by and so excited by is that we've got people in England, we've got people in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, in America, in Australia, in New Zealand, in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, in Swaziland. We've got 80 families that are part of this incredible group of like-minded people that are out there either focusing on the 6K club, the 12K club, or the 24K club. And what's so interesting to me is we've got a mixture of men and women. We've got a mixture of different countries. We've got a mixture of different backgrounds, everything from farmers and teachers and entrepreneurs to doctors, to chartered accountants, to sophisticated business owners, to investors. And I love it because it's such an amazing group of people. And it's one of the things I'm so gifted and so blessed to be part of. And, just last night, sorry, just give me 2 seconds. Oh, my word. I can see that this year is starting to come down on me. But just last night, we did our awards ceremony. And literally, we got all these amazing people and we did awards and gratitude. And it's just such an incredible group of people. And so, I'm going to close the poll now. And this is sort of your chance if you want to be part of that. And let us know, put it out there in the world. Like what passive income, community would you like to be part of? Again, are you interested in mastering your portfolio and moving from a retail investor to actually thinking and investing like the top 1%, a more sophisticated investor? Or are you now ready? You're a high net worth and you want to move to being a global investor and it's about diversification. Or maybe it's now about generational wealth and it's about your legacy. So let us know. I can see that nearly 50% of you have participated. So I'm going to give you 10 more seconds and then I'm moving on in terms of the process. And just by the way, if any of you are battling to fill in the polls, you can type it in there. Just type in there 6K, 12K, or 24K. I'm always fascinated as to where people set their goals in terms of that, in terms of their process. Okay, I think that's enough time for everyone. Let me close out. I'll end the poll. Right, so I want to finish strong and share some really valuable insights for you in terms of the process. So to conclude on everything I've said tonight, and I've given you a lot of nuggets in terms of it, I remind you what Harvard taught us is that if you do nothing today, by March next year, you will not even retain 10% of what I've shared with you, not even 10%. But if you join our mastermind, if we hold your hand, if we literally help you learn while doing, you'll get to 95% plus. Our objective is to empower you to be able to get the results. 2024 is nearly over. We've literally blinked and this year is nearly over. And I started this evening by saying you had two options. The one is that you can use excuses like, I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge, and I don't have the time. And you're going to Christmas with looking like this person, with anxiety and stress, because you know that next year won't be really different, because it'll be the same as last year and the year before and the year before that, because nothing's changed. Or you figure out a way to get what you want. You get the knowledge through partnership, and you get the time that you want back. And you go into Christmas with the peace of mind, knowing that you've got a plan and you've got the partners to make it a reality, and to ultimately know that 2025 can be a year of passive income. So I think you've got two choices. You can do nothing. You can do nothing and hope and pray that 2025 will be a different year for you. Or you can make a commitment to yourself. You can invest in yourself. And a question I would ask for you, if you were to invest 6K, 12K, or 24K, and all it did was help you achieve your freedom goal, would it be worth it for you? Type in the chat box. If over the next 5 to 10 years, you could achieve your freedom goal, would you invest in yourself 6K, 12K, or 24K to achieve your freedom goal? Be honest with yourself. I've shown you the maths. I've shown you how to do it tonight. And now I'm asking whether you'd make a commitment in yourself. What about if all this did was provide a way to protect the wealth that you had already created? Would it be worth 6K, 12K, or 24K? You've worked really hard for your money. Whether you live in England or Canada or America or South Africa or Australia, it's irrelevant. Countries change, governments change, politics changes, laws change. You need to be able to protect your wealth. You don't want to have all your eggs tied up in one basket. We learned as far back as children. You have all your eggs tied up in one basket, that's dangerous. Would it be worth protecting your wealth? What about if it could save you a decade of time? At the end of the day, we all blink and decades go fast quickly. What about if you could save a decade worth of time so that you didn't have to try to figure it all out yourself? You didn't have to make mistakes for another 10 years. Would it be worth 6K, 12K, or even 24K to you if you could save a decade worth of time? And finally, what about if you could get the globally diversified passive income and thus the peace of mind? Would that be worth 6K, 12K, or even 24K? How much would that be worth to you? This is that moment. Kurs is saying priceless. I agree with you, Kurs. But I'm trying to help you value how much your future is worth to you. As Michael said, and you met Michael earlier, He said, when I joined, it was the best money I ever spent and would never have happened if I tried to do it myself. Now, I'm not one of these people that is going to kind of tell you need to run to the back of the room, put your credit card down, blah, blah. I don't operate like that. But I do need to be honest with you. The mastermind is not a scalable solution. It is a bespoke solution. You deal directly one-to-one with me and my partner, Alex. You deal directly with our family office. Each and every one of you have a personal one-to-one onboarding, and you deal with them. So it's not scalable. And so it is a limited offer. We only have the ability to onboard a few people at a time. And so if you want to hit the ground running, there's only about a week left in this year. There's not enough time to get people properly onboarded this side of Christmas. But if you want to know that you've got a plan and that you've got the partners so that you hit the ground running in January, then my strong recommendation is that you join now before Christmas so that you are already penciled in and booked in and all the meetings are in place so that you get results in January. Don't wait until February or March or April or May. We have this all the time. People are like, oh, but I'm selling a house. It's going to take 6 months. Or I'm selling my business. It's going to take 6 months. Or I'm retiring. It's going to take 6 months. And I'm like, great. Do this in parallel. Imagine having the peace of mind to be able to get set up and know that you've got a plan and know that you've got the partners and know that you've got the peace of mind. So when the capital becomes available, you're executing. You're not wasting another 3 to 6 months to get going. And so if this is interesting to you, literally you can go online. I know we've done the polls already, but if you want to book a meeting with me, a discovery call with me, this is your opportunity. You can literally go in now. And I would ask the people that have already sort of made up their mind. They're like, Scott, this is a no-brainer. I want to join the mastermind. Then literally book a call with me. I've made slots available tomorrow, Saturday morning, Monday morning, and Tuesday morning. I'm on holiday from Friday. That's it. Those are the only options that are available. And what is the discovery call all about? Well, I want to understand what you're wanting to achieve. I want to identify your needs. I want to see if you qualify. And I want to see if there's a good fit. So I will help you get very clear on what it is you're wanting to achieve. We then figure out where you're starting. We help you create a plan to get from A to B. We have the accountability all the way along. And ultimately, it's about getting results. That's what the mastermind is about. But it doesn't suit everybody. And so we need to sit down. I need to understand what you're wanting to achieve. I need to see if I can help you. And I need to see if there's a good fit. And if you qualify, fantastic. I do ask that if you book a call, to please turn up on time. My time is extremely valuable. I charge $1,000 an hour. And I'm doing this for free for you. And I'm doing it in good faith because of the relationship I have with Simon, with Anne, and with Paul. But please respect each other's time and turn up on time. And as I said to you, there's only very limited options. So do me a favor. If you've already decided that this is for you, then literally tell me when we start. Say, listen, Scott, I've already decided. I've made up my mind. I want to be part of the mastermind. And then we can have that conversation right up front. I can understand what it is you're wanting to achieve. I can make sure that I can help you. And on the assumption that I can help you and that you qualify and that there's a good fit, then I can talk to you about how we can get you onboarded. If you're not sure, that's fine. Then if we have a discovery call, we can get to know each other and see whether it would make sense to do this in a synergetic way. So that's how you do it. I just want to repeat, it's a free discovery call. I've never done this before, by the way, free. I am concerned because I don't want to waste my time, but I really want to give back. And so maybe this is my way of giving back as we go into the Christmas festive period, where I want to sit and, again, because of the relationship with Paul, with Simon, and with Anne, I want to sit with people and I want to help people get results. We've helped so many other people get results. You know, you can literally go along here and, you know, the science is there. Coaching and masterminds work. If you have a coach, you'll be 4 times better off. If you're part of a mastermind, you'll be 5 times better off than you were if you had a coach, which, by the way, if you know simple maths, that's 5 times 4 is you'll be 20 times better off. 20 times better off 20 times better off than if you try to do it on your own. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can literally go to diversificationmastermind.com and you can go and look on the landing page on the website there. You can go read all about it. You can go to Trustpilot. You can go watch the videos. Go and see what other people have to say. We're so confident in what we do that we actually guarantee the results, because we are all about results. We're not a coaching company. We're not someone that just tries to sell masterminds. We want to help people invest and get financial results. And because of that, we actually have a results guarantee where we work with you. And as long as you're doing what we agree that you need to do, again, I can take a horse to water, but if you don't drink, I can't drown you. But as on the assumption you're coming to the river and you're drinking the water, we will work with you. We'll put our money and our time and our effort and our partners and our resources to work with you until you get the result. So if you want to be part of a results organization, whether it's the carrot or the stick, then I would strongly recommend that you consider the mastermind. And you can literally just book a call by going to this diversificationmastermind.com. So I promised you 3 hours ago now the freedom solution and the 7 pillars to wealth. And my question to you is, I promised you that I would show you how to make money while you sleep. I showed you literally in multiple countries, England, Europe, America, Australia, how we are literally making money while we sleep. And you too can get started from $10 and do it. I showed you how to own assets, which are hassle-free, simple, and safe. I showed you commercial properties. I showed you logistics buildings. I showed you multifamily. I showed you even office buildings. So much better than residential, trust me. I showed you how you can get access to the knowledge that the top 1% have. I introduced you to the family office. I literally showed you how you can get the knowledge. I showed you how you can get the partners. I literally, if you took the Manhattan deal, I showed you how you don't have to fly around the world and try to figure it all out yourself. I showed you how to get access to the partners. I showed you how you can have time freedom, how you can get back the time that you want so that you can spend your time on the things you love in your life. I showed you how you can diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. If you remember, I did it live for you. I invested in 3 different countries, 3 different currencies, 4 different assets, 4 different partners, and I did it all in 2 or 3 minutes. And lastly, I've hopefully shared with you how you can protect your wealth, have a plan B, and have peace of mind. So my question to you is, did I live up to our agreement? I promised you that if you gave me your time, I would answer those 7 freedom solutions for you. And my question is, have I delivered? Yes or no? Because as you go into the holiday period, whether you've taken action to do something or whether you're going to be like thousands, probably, I don't even know anymore if it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people that have heard me talk over the last 20 years. Please don't be someone who comes to me in 10 years and goes, Scott, I heard you talk just before Christmas. It was in 2024 and it made sense to me, but I didn't do anything. And now it's 2034 and I just wish I'd taken action. I just wish I'd taken action. Please don't be one of those people. And as a bit of an incentive, I'm feeling generous because it's Christmas time. For those that have booked a strategy call with myself or with Alex, when you meet with us as a gift, we're going to give you our 3 white papers on the 5 laws to building wealth through real estate, the 5 keys to offshore real estate investment success, and the 4 ways to expand your global real estate through strategic partnerships. This is for people that are wanting to get started. This is for people that are intermediate, and this is for people that are advanced. I remind you that if you left brain and you're still wanting to think about the return on investment, if you've got $12,000, so whether you got $12,000 or you're prepared to do $1,000 a month, and you were to invest $6,000 in yourself, over 5 years, you would get 182% return, and you would get back in today's money $6,900. Over 10 years, it would be 800%, and you'd get back $48,000. And over 30 years, it's like 12,000%, and it's nearly $750,000. So if that makes sense to you, then come and book a discovery call with me. Literally, diversificationmastermind.com. Maybe Shane, if you could just chuck the link in the chat box, I'd appreciate it. If you're watching the recording, click on the link below. Because whether you're right brained and you're aiming towards a big, bright future, and you really want to kind of go at a big goal, or you're left brained and you want the detail, hopefully tonight I've showed you on both sides of the fence why this makes practical, solution. So I want to share just some pictures with you, because 15 years ago, we used to fly to New York, we used to fly to London, we used to fly to Sydney and go and do these properties. And you can literally just book a call. It's a free application call. I only want to work with committed investors. So what's really important for me is, when people pay, they pay attention. So that's why people make an investment to be part of the mastermind, because I want you to be committed. I'm committed to getting you a result. We're committed to getting you a result, but you need to have the same commitment. And as I say, unfortunately, there's only limited spaces, and we already are lining up people to get ready for January and February in terms of getting people started as quickly as possible. So this was us in New York in 2013. It was really freezing. This was us in Times Square. This, I told you already, was with Dolph Torres, buying houses in Phoenix on the steps of the auction house. This was us having fun in the Grand Canyon, having a drink at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, going to watch a show in Vegas, buying houses in Atlanta, buying more houses in Atlanta. This is one of the houses that Michael actually bought, one of the people that we had the video interview of. This young guy was 22 years old. He came straight out of university. He's now in his early 30s, and he's done over $1 billion, facilitated over $1 billion worth of multifamily in America. All started with a buyer's trip back 12 years ago. Opening bank accounts. In the old days, you had to fly over with me. You had to open up bank accounts. You had to set up structures. You had to buy the house. You had to manage it. You had to deal with the broken toilets. You don't have to deal with any of that anymore. You can do it from the comfort of your couch. Meeting the partners. You would fly overseas to meet all the partners, different investment dinners and breakfasts, having fun on Beale Street, up at the New York Stock Exchange. And, this was even up in North Dakota where the fracking was. We were looking at opportunities up there, having fun. I always forget this, Halloween, I think it's called, having some fun on Halloween. These are, three of these gentlemen are the wealthiest. They own the biggest private retail shopping center group in the whole of Africa. And interesting enough, wealthy people know that they don't do it all on their own. So how do they do it? Through partnership. They got on a plane, they flew to America, they partnered with us in terms of their investments into America. And so my belief is, why should you work with us? And there's so many reasons why people don't diversify, so many reasons why they don't invest in commercial or international. Sounds too good to be true. I don't know how. I don't have the compliance. I don't have the management. It's too expensive. How do I protect myself, etc.? But I reminded you of the three things tonight. I don't have the time, I don't have the money, and I don't have the knowledge. Well, we have shown you tonight how you can get the money. We've shown you tonight how you can get the knowledge. And we've shown you tonight how you can get back your time. And there's one final thing that differentiates us completely to everyone else. And that's that we do global diversification. Literally, no matter where you live in the world, there are online platforms that would help you invest. Generally, if you're in England, you invest in English deals. If you're in America, you invest in American deals. Wealth Migrate is the only one that can help you diversify across different countries, different currencies, different assets, and different partners, and different time. We're the only one, to our knowledge, in the world that allows you to do this simply and safely in an online perspective. And my last little bit of advice before I leave, I'm not giving you financial advice, but I'm giving you some personal advice. Whenever I've wanted to learn something, I've joined a mastermind. I joined Singularity University. It cost me $14,000. This is me with Peter Diamantes, which was all about exponential technology. I joined Roger Hamilton. There was $25,000. That was all about entrepreneurship. I joined Mavericks. That was $40,000 a year. That's actually how I got to spend time with Richard Branson and 25 other incredible entrepreneurs in Necker Island. And I joined Tony Robbins for $50,000, which was part of the whole business mastery. I spent over $1 million on mentors, coaches, courses, and masterminds in the last 28 years. And I suppose you got two choices. You could copy me, you could go spend all this money and do it all yourself, or you could partner with me, and I can save you hundreds of thousands of dollars and probably decades of time. And again, a real life story. Alan was a very successful property developer, and rather than trying to do it all himself, he came to America on a buyer's trip. He invested in our first deal. He invested in multiple deals in partnering with us. And ultimately, he's now built a substantial portfolio in America. He's a global citizen. He's got his wealth protection, his plan B, and he's actually moved to America. And whether it's him starting with millions of dollars or whether it was Derek starting with $6, it's absolutely irrelevant. 4,000 people have done it. They've achieved wealth protection, plan B, peace of mind, diversification, freedom, becoming a global citizen, empowering your children, immigration, and living a life unlimited. If that appeals to you, come and chat with me. Come and book a call. This is the formula. Diversify across countries, currencies, assets, partners, and time. You can do it on your own, or you can join our mastermind. And as I said to you, there's 9 simple steps that we take people through that literally the family office do for the wealthiest families in the world. And we've democratized it. You too have access to that. So I want to share one little bonus for you, for those that sign up before Christmas. Every year we do two wealth weekends. So we did our first one in the Winelands in the Western Cape. We had an incredible group of people, and we spent 2 days talking about the 6 pillars of wealth. So we had our family office taking us through the 6 pillars to wealth. Then in August, we were up in the cradle of humankind, which is where literally humanity was found. It was in the game reserves. And again, we had the most incredible. We had Garth Wellman teaching us about the 6 mega trends. We had Karen teaching us about the Enneagram and wealth. We had David teaching us about generational wealth. We had Nicholas teaching us about conscious capital. We learned, we had fun together. We went on game drives. We even watched some rugby together. And it was just the most incredible 4 days together. And next year, we're doing our 2 wealth weekends. The first one in March, we're doing in Knysna, which is voted literally the #1 holiday town in South Africa and arguably in the whole of Africa. It is incredibly picturesque, whether you like golf, whether you like boating, whether you like beaches, whether you like mountains, forests. It's just the most amazing place. It's also where I live, but I want to invite my global community to come and join where Alex and I actually live in this just most, and Shanika, in this just most incredible place. And then in September, we'll be doing the European one, and we're doing it in Portugal. So we're doing it in the Algarve, which equally is my favorite place in Europe. So if you join the mastermind, you will go. So we've only got limited spaces on the Wealth Weekend. And if you join before Christmas, you will get first access to join us. You'll also get the dates, because if I've dealt with successful people like myself, you plan your whole year in advance. So if you join the mastermind now, you can make sure the dates are in your diary. You can be there and you can join us and come and be part of it. So in conclusion, if you want to join us, literally book a discovery call. It's free. I only want to work with committed people, and there are limited spaces. And a couple more pictures. This was us in Times Square watching an ice hockey game, literally at Madison Square Gardens, outside the New York Stock Exchange, buying commercial property, buying more houses, having some fun, learning from partners, even seeing a bull thing in Oklahoma, buying more commercial property, sitting around an investment committee table. This is Dr. Dolph DeRuis. This is Paul Shalander. We've done over $100 million worth of deals with him in terms of the process. This was one of the commercial buildings we bought, even doing buyers trips in Hong Kong. In the old days, if you want to learn something, you had to get on a plane and fly somewhere. Well, you don't have to do it anymore. more buildings that we've invested in. And at the end of the day, it's all about results. So I want to stop sharing quickly. And I don't think there's many places you'll find that talk as much as we do about results. But for us, it's all about results. So I want to give you a last chance for 2024. The year is fast dying. My voice is fast dying. And so I'm putting up the poll for the last time. If you've already answered it, you don't have to bother answering it again. But if you haven't answered it and you're one of those people that want all the information, you want to kind of sit on the fence and you hadn't made up your mind yet, I'm giving you one last chance for 2024. If you want to join the mastermind, let us know. And, which level of commitment as you plan for 2025, and you want to set yourself a goal. And just by the way, you might not achieve it all in 2025. The chances of achieving everything in 2025, Tony Robbins says people overestimate what they can achieve in a year, but they underestimate what they can achieve in a decade. Imagine if you had a plan, if you had the partners, and you had the peace of mind going into Christmas, knowing that you set yourself up for the 6K to master your portfolio, or the 12K to have global diversification, or the 24K to ensure your legacy. So, let me know what that would mean to you. As I joked, and I've said it multiple times, I think you've got two choices. I think you go into Christmas and you use the usual excuses most people have. I don't have the money, I don't have the knowledge, and I don't have the time. And you're going to be this frustrated Joe that's literally sitting there, with their head in their hands or their head in their laptop, and they literally don't know what to do with themselves because they just know that 2025 is not going to change. They know in their heart that nothing's going to change. Or you can get what you want. I showed you how I did it. And literally copy me. Get what you want. Get the knowledge. And get your time back. I've shown you literally how to do it. So that's it. Two choices. You get to do nothing and hope it'll be different, or you get to take action. My strong recommendation is, I believe a lot in vision boards and goals and dreams and everything, is, set yourself a goal. Make a commitment. I'm going to be part of the passive income 6K club or 12K club or 24K club. But what commitment are you prepared to make? What investment are you prepared to make in yourself? Because I can promise you without a commitment, you'll never get a result. And so in conclusion, if you are interested, literally go to this link, diversificationmastermind.com. If you're watching the recording, click on the link below, book a time. If there's no time available now because we're going into the festive period and myself and the team are having a holiday, so is the family office, then we'll have to book times for you in January. We will already be full for January and probably February, if not even March. So we'll probably only be able to onboard people going into kind of March or April, which is why I strongly recommend that if you're wanting to do this next year, get yourself in the queue, book a meeting, have a conversation with myself or Alex. Let's see if it's a right fit. And if it's a right fit, let's get you set up for success going into 2025. My final thought for the evening, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so, Alex, that's all from me. If someone wants to book a call, they can literally go to diversificationmastermind.com. I want to answer some questions now. And just to remind people, what do you get if you join the mastermind? Well, you get mastermind access, which is all about results. You get the 9 steps to generational wealth, which is all about the right information. You get the family office, which is all about the partners. You get the accountability, the mindset, and the execution, which is all about the plan. You get the investment deals, which is all about the opportunities. And as a bonus, you get access to the Wealth Weekend in South Africa, the Wealth Weekend in Portugal, and to future buyers trips. So I've literally lost my voice, Alex, and it's always a privilege and a pleasure to share with people. And I know that I've taken a lot of time tonight, but I really wanted to try and synthesize 28 years worth of knowledge and to share with people what they need to know about diversification. And I know that you and Shane and our teammates have put some of the questions that have come through in terms of it. So do you want me just to, I know I've got the slides. Should I just click through them? You can answer them and I can try and answer for people. Let me end the poll here. because I think we've given everyone a chance to fill it in. I've given them 2 chances. You know, I always joke with people, you get dabblers, you get stressers, and you get masters. The dabblers are long gone. The stressers are still stressing about whether they should join, and the masters are probably taking action. So I don't think we need to waste any more time putting up polls. But
No.
let's go to these questions if you want to kind of explain them, because I know you put them up.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. It's been a true pleasure, and I think you've done very well tonight. So just a tip of the hat to you, and thanks for everyone staying online. It's really it's actually a pleasure to add more value. So Scott, there was a couple of questions that's come through, and we've been furiously WhatsApping and connecting with everyone online and seeing people booking. So there's a lot of people we're going to reach out to tomorrow. But there were some of the questions, and these questions that we've put down here kind of articulates the theme. So the question that's coming up, Scott, is quite often is, I'm not sure if I qualified for this. I do have investments, but I'm not a sophisticated investor. What should I do? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I remember, Alex, you and I met with, or I think it was just you that met with someone, and they had about 10 million pounds worth of assets. And they were like, well, I'm not sophisticated, I don't qualify. And it's interesting because people tend to put themselves in a box and say, I don't qualify. And that's why I actually showed you on that return on investment sheet that someone that had $12,000, literally $12,000, over 5 years or 10 years, the significant impact it could have for them. So my kind of logic would be, you know, anyone that's got kind of $10,000 to $12,000 or more, it actually really starts to make sense. So you might not consider yourself sophisticated, but that's why the 6K Club, we literally say, moving from a retail investor to a sophisticated investor, because I know you're not, no disrespect, but I know you're not sophisticated. You know, if you own a bunch of mom and pop retail investments, you're not sophisticated. I'm sorry if I'm being horrible, but you are investing like a retail investor. But we want to help you move from that to being a sophisticated investor. And that's why we call it mastering your portfolio. And that's what the 6K Club is all about.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, this one comes up quite often. So, we speak to a lot of CEOs of companies, doctors, farmers, and they all go, I'm really, really busy and time poor. And, I don't think I can actually invest in this because I don't really have time. So what would be the time commitment, Scott? I think just speaking to that point.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one because we've got the 3 different clubs, the 6K, the 12K, and the 24K. And actually, the logic is the more committed someone is, the less time it takes because the more is done for them. So, it's the 6K, you're kind of doing it part of a community and it's kind of done with you. Whereas, the 12K, I work with you one-to-one and Garth works with you one-to-one. And at the 24K club, it's actually done for you. So, because what we found is that really successful people, basically the more successful someone is, the less time they've got in simple terms. So we've really tried to do it, but the focus is there is some time commitment, but I would say a minimum of probably 3 hours a month in terms of the process. And our logic is, 2 to 3 hours a month, absolute minimum to get the best value out of it. And if you commit that amount of time, you're going to get geometric results, over the next 5 to 10 years. I do have people, and I know, Alex, you do as well. They go, I don't have 2 to 3 hours. And then I go, well, cool, whatever your goal was, it's not going to happen anyway. Because if you can't commit 2 to 3 hours, I don't care what it is, weight loss, if you can't commit 2 to 3 hours a month, like literally to something important to you, it's never going to happen. I can just, whatever you just told me you want, it's not going to happen anyway.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that, Scott. Why should I invest this money in the mastermind and not just in an investment? So I think this question also came up quite often here on the questions that we were getting. And it's all about, what is the true value of actually joining a mastermind such as what we are offering here?
Well, I've got my own answer, Alex. But, why don't, so just quickly, I need a quick toilet break. So I'm actually going to choose to take this as a toilet break. But I'd like you to answer this as well, because I mean, you're actively involved. You and I work very closely together with the mastermind members. And I've got my own answer, which I'll say after you, but I'd like to give you the first chance. But I'm going to do a quick toilet break. So just give me, I'll be listening, but I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Sure, no problem. So I think this comes down to, Warren Buffett speaks about the best investment that you can possibly ever make is the investment that you make into yourself. And that would be my answer to this, because, markets go up, markets go down, you lose some money, you make some money, but truly no one can ever take the experiences that you experience away from you, nor your intelligence, nor your understanding. So I think that's one of the things that it's a mindset question, if I can put it that way. So that's the first point that I would speak to. The second point that I would speak to is that, we've had so many conversations with so many people from around the world, in person, online, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, I've listened to a lot of horror stories where people have tried doing it themselves. They've tried setting up these, really complicated structures around the world to save tax and cost, and, partnering with the wrong partners. So, the money that has been lost at a total quantum value is actually so more than actually just, partnering with people and actually joining, and not having exposure to those mistakes. So I think it's more of a case of, can you actually afford to not? How can you afford not to join? Because you're basically cutting out all the mistakes that so many of our communities have made, and we've already learned from it. So it's basically a joker card, if I can put it that way. It's a shortcut to actually getting the results without making all the mistakes that we have made. So yeah, Scott, over to you.
I think I would answer it. I mean, I agree with everything you just said, and I would add two more things. One is that what I'm learning from the wealthiest, most successful people around the world is anyone that wants something and is taking it seriously now is joining a mastermind, because it just accelerates everything. So I've already shown you statistically, you'll get your result 5 times quicker, simpler, and safer. So I think that's the first reason. Like, the platform's there. You can go on Wealth Migrate right now. You can start investing from $10. So there's nothing stopping you. But by being in that collective group, by having the family office, it brings a whole different level of accountability, of execution. And again, not just in our mastermind, but in masterminds worldwide, that's the results that are coming out, which is why all of the most successful people I know are all part of masterminds in anything they want to achieve. So that's the first answer I would say. And the second thing I would say, which is a less tangible thing, is that actually talking about money is hard. It's very difficult. You don't have it's hard to talk to your friends about it and your family and whatever. So to be in a group of like-minded people that are aspiring to be global citizens, that are thinking globally, that are investing globally, and to be able to have conversations around it is the feedback we have most often from our mastermind members. It's like, it's so nice to be in a group of people where we can have these conversations. And most people feel lonely, quite frankly. They in this space of money and investing and everything, they're lonely. And now you're with a group of like-minded people, which is why Alex and I spend so much time trying to make sure that we're getting like-minded people in the group, so that it's important in terms of that process.
Completely.
Okay, next one.
Yep. So how can I use Wealth Going Global, and is this part of the mastermind? So Scott, this is kind of speaking to our home study courses. We got a couple of questions from, how do these things all form part of what we do? And then also some questions around your book. So maybe just speak to that as well.
Look, I think the point being is that, again, mastermind people are generally like time's their biggest thing. So we don't want to overwhelm them. So the substance is there. If someone wants to go and they're part of the mastermind, it's included. They've got access to Wealth Going Global. They've got access to Asset Mastery. They can go in and learn about any different one of the asset classes and meet the partner, but they don't have to do this. So again, if someone's doing a home study course, they've got to go and do this all themselves. But if you're part of the mastermind, you don't need to, because we hold your hand and take you on the journey with you. Saying that, though, it's included. There's no extra additional cost. So it's included. You got access to it. So you might want to, we talked about launching a new opportunity just yesterday on structured notes. And someone might go, what is a structured note? I don't even know what a structured note is. Okay, cool. I'm going to go watch the Asset Mastery just on structured notes so I can learn about it. Maybe I know data centers is something we're very excited about, Alex. And so I'm like, oh, I don't know about data centers. Cool. We'll go watch the bit on data centers. So what we've built is a tremendous amount of depth and substance to help people, but they don't have to do everything. We don't want people to feel overwhelmed. And most importantly, because you're part of the mastermind, we tend to joke with people, you're in the first class on the airplane. We can hold your hand and guide you in the right direction. And I see the next question is the same one with asset class mastery, and it'll be the same answer. Wealth Going Global is the right information. Like, you need the right information, and asset mastery is the right partners. You need both. So if you want to do them in a home study, you need the right information, you need the right partners. We've built it. But if you're part of the mastermind, then you're getting access to the human relationships as well.
Yeah. So as we kind of alluded to when we started, we've got a lot of people from around the world: UK, US, Europe, South Africa. So I guess this is quite a simple question. But Scott, because you live in South Africa, is this just for South Africans?
Yeah, look, I think with my accent as well, I think it's quite an important comment, both for people living in England and Europe, and also people living in South Africa. So I have a British passport. I have a property in Wimbledon. I have an Irish passport. So I could live in England. I could live anywhere in Europe. Our company is in England. We're an English-based company. We've got FCA compliance in England. We've got European compliance through Lemonway and in Europe. So for all reasons, for business and everything, I could and possibly should, live in London, which is kind of one of the financial capitals of the world. I choose to live in South Africa. I think it's one of the best places on the planet. And I'm very proud South African. So the fact that I live here and my accent's here means nothing. We're a global citizen. We're a global company, and we help people invest primarily in first world markets between America, England, Europe. All our regulation and everything set up. As I said, we're already a British company, and I think the mastermind represents that. So again, with people in America, in England, in Spain, in Portugal, Italy, we had someone in Germany, but unfortunately passed away. Australia, New Zealand, and then countries around Southern Africa. So it's an incredible group of people, but definitely not South African focused in terms of that process. And that's why even tonight, I know we had a lot of British people. I didn't talk in pounds either. For me, the global reserve currency at the moment, whether we like it or not, is dollars. And so if I'm going to speak in one currency, it'll be dollars, because that's the one that's the most important for everyone. In simple terms, if you want to be part of the mastermind, I would like you to be wanting to think like a global citizen. You're not English, you're not Australian, you're not American, you're not South African. You want to be a global citizen, and that's unless we're talking about rugby, and at that point you're allowed to be English or South African or whatever.
Preferably South African, right?
we won't get into the rugby. At the moment, we're to be proud South Africans when it comes to rugby.
Cool. Yeah, Scott, I think this is quite an interesting one as well. Is why DIY or joining mastermind? Can't I just do it myself? I've got a lot of money. Why should I join the mastermind?
Oh, look, you don't have to. So you can go on Wild Migrate. I showed you already. You can go on Wild Migrate. You can start investing in your own name from $10 and get going. I suppose it's there's always three things in life. You can do it all yourself, which, by the way, I did for 14 years, and it's a bloody horrible way of doing it, and it's flipping stressful with a lot of mistakes. But anyway, you can do that. You can join a like-minded community, okay? Or you can literally have it done for you. Like, someone can hold your hand and have it done for you. And there's some interesting stats out there. If you try and do it on your own, statistically, according to Deepak Chopra, you've got a less than 50% chance of succeeding. It's less than 50%. If you do it in a like-minded community, you've got a 70% chance of succeeding. And if you have it done for you, done with you, you've got according to Harvard, you have a 95% chance of succeeding. So I don't know. How important is your results to you? It's the best way to describe it. And it sort of ties in with Jeff's question here. He said, any comments on the best structures for investment, trust versus individual? Jeff, there's no way to answer that without kind of going into more detail. And this is a classic example. Like if someone's doing it on their own, then we can kind of give them a generic answer. I mean, we've got people in 178 countries. So it would take more information to know, like, where are you, Jeff? Where are you based? Where do you want to live? You might live in England, but you want to move to Portugal. I'm making it up. I don't know. And that's really what our mastermind's all about, because every single person sits down with our family office, explains exactly where they are, not where they are, where they live, but more importantly, where they are in life and where they want to go, back to individual circumstances. And then we help you make sure that you're making the best decisions from a tax and structuring perspective.
Cool. Thanks, Scott. I think that articulates
probably the hardest question we have around tax and structuring, because every country is so different. We do make sure that every investment is tax efficient to the best of our abilities. All the local taxes are paid. We do try and make sure that it's tax efficient if it's dividends or interest or anything like that, so you can legally be as tax efficient as possible. And all the returns are shown as net. So that's after costs, net in your pocket, but that's not taking into account your personal income tax or whatever, because we have no way of knowing that.
Completely. This is a question that comes up quite often as well in conversations, is the relationship with the family office. Maybe just speak a little bit to how that all works.
I think I've alluded to that quite a lot tonight. So it started more than 10 years ago, 2012, with a very wealthy client. I met the family office. They met us. They came and did a due diligence on us. And I was really intrigued by who they were. And we basically built a relationship for a decade. We've helped about 4 or 5 clients. I can't remember exactly whether it's 4 or 5 join their office. But I never knew whether or not families qualified when I met them. So 2 years ago, when we launched the mastermind, we literally launched it in October 2022. We went to the family office and we said, listen, there's a whole bunch of things we don't do: pensions, tax, structuring. If you've got money in the listed market, the stock market, all of that stuff. Why don't we partner and provide a holistic solution to people? And if someone was to make an investment up front, so you're dealing with the right type of person or the right type of family, then would you work with us? And so they provided us with a guarantee that anyone that joined the mastermind, they would provide the solutions for. And the major reason, and Garth actually answered it in the video, is there's actually alignment. So if I could give anyone advice in business or in life, make sure you're aligned. And so for them, they were a company that was only used to being able to do stuff face to face. And we taught them how to do it in a digital way, which allowed us to democratize access to their information and their partners. And equally, they gave us access to the best information and the best partners. So it's been a very synergistic relationship. They're 2 separate companies, but working together as partners to deliver on the mastermind.
Cool. I can't make one of the meeting slots. Oh, so this just this kind of speaks to, if the clients have tried booking a meeting with us and they couldn't find a time that worked, or if all the meeting spots have already been taken, as I would imagine by this time they are. What can they do?
Just type in the chat box, discovery call or mastermind if you haven't done it already. Or I'll give you our contact details at the end, or just reply to however you found out about us, or, worst case, Google us, and the Wealth Migrate or even Scopican. But look, where there's a will, there's a way, Alex. There's not a lot of time left this year. I'm tired. It's been a hard year. I'm on holiday from next Friday, and I'm only back in January. The family office is pretty much not taking on any new appointments now. They're looking after current clients. So what we're really doing now is aiming to onboard people so that they can hit the ground running in January. And if the time slots are taken, the time slots are taken, but where there's a will, there's a way. And for the right people, we'll always find a way.
Yeah. Scott, just to add to that, I spoke to the team, and what we're going to be doing tomorrow first thing is go through the polls. So if anyone online filled out the polls wanting to know a little bit more, and it happens that you did not find a time to book, we are going to be reaching out. We also have been very actively engaging with people on the chats, so we also are going to be reaching out. And then, you know, we're a team of people that even just a conversation would be valuable. So we're going to reach out to everyone. So I just wanted to give everyone that peace of mind that you know, it's not, although the meeting slots might be finished, we'd like to still connect with you, and then yeah, see how we can set you up for success for next year.
Santi made a comment here. I know it's got nothing to do with what you just said, but I love it. Said, might be adding that doing the mastermind not only makes it easier, but makes your journey more fun and enjoyable, as well as motivating. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, last night we had basically an online social. Everyone brought their drinks, and we had an awards ceremony, and we spoke about our learnings for the year and our gratitude. And it's one of the things I'm, you know, truly blessed and grateful to be part of. And you know, when we do the physical wealth weekends or we do the physical meetups, it's fun. I mean, there's nothing better in life than to be doing what you enjoy, to be getting results and having fun in the process and making good friends. You know, Michael came on a bios trip with me in 2013, and him and his wife Lee are great friends of mine now. And you know, so we tend to use the word that it becomes a family. Well, not it becomes, we are a family, and people join the family and become part of the family. You know, and it's just how it is. You know, so Santi, you're 100% correct. Like, and anyone who's ever been part of a mastermind, I think it's the thing I missed most from COVID was you do the online stuff. I mean, I've been doing online since 2008, but I still want to get together and meet people physically, which is why we have the wealth weekends, etc. So wherever you live in the world, we can have an excuse to get together and have some fun together and learn, have fun, and you know, make friendships and memories. I know Alex is similar to me, but so are many of the mastermind members. We all work hard and we like to play hard. That's why I hope Simon doesn't mind me showing the sumo thing. But you know, when you go to NECA, it's not all hard work.
Yeah, no. Work hard, play hard. Yeah, I think this one also is, you know, everyone has a plan and everyone always says that they're going to execute on a plan, but accountability is always lacking. How do we actually, you know, Scott, how's the accountability working? Well, how does it work?
Look, I went through the different things that we do. So at the 6K Club, we've got group accountability, and we use a number of tools to help people, you know, make sure that every month they've got the ability to check in. And, you know, some people don't like the rigid approach, but, you know, whether you want the carrot or the stick, we're going to help you get to the result. So some people need carrots, some people need sticks. But the problem, you know, the thing is, we're going to help you. We're going to do our best to get you the result. And then obviously some people don't want to do it in the group coaching environment, and they want to do the one-to-one transformational coaching. And we didn't even offer that until 6 months ago. But we've realized there was a gap where back to value. And, you know, at the end of the day, we just want to help people get results. So we kind of want to do what it takes. The only thing we can't do is if we take the horse to water, we'll hold your head under the water for a while. But if you don't drink after a while, we'll just let you drown. And I mean, we tell that story, Alex, of that one person that did sign up, you know, I don't know, a year and a half ago. It's never turned up, not once. They've never done a single thing, not once. And, you know, we're good, but we're not that good, you know, so so there's a certain level of commitment, and the more you committed on your side, the more the commitment will be reciprocated on our side. And we will push hard, carrot and stick. But after a while, if you're just another, as Ann Wilson says, an octopus on roller skates, and if you're doing 20 other things, then and this isn't that important, then you're not going to get the results, and we won't take the blame.
Yeah, no, completely. Eh? Oh, payment plans. Is there any options, Scott?
Look, book a call and have a one-to-one. We don't normally do it because it's actually about the commitment. You know, it's like an emotional transaction, really, if you want to call it that. But it does happen. You know, if I think recently there was a gentleman selling their house and they need to make a plan and they wanted to get started. And for us, again, I repeat what I said. For the right people, where there's a will, there's a way, and it works both ways. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, love that.
And then I think that's it, Alex. I know there's a bunch of questions that came through here, so I don't know if Shane or yourself, if there's ones that I've missed. I have no idea to go back through all of them and see if there's anything else.
So what we've done, Scott, is as people have been asking, we've been kind of reaching out over WhatsApp directly. And then also, we've also been making a lot of notes and taking screenshots and stuff in terms of like platform onboarding and stuff like that. So there wasn't really any questions regarding what we've discussed, more just like how do you sign up to the platform and so on and so forth. So we've got that all covered.
There's quite a few questions. There's quite a few questions in the Q&A. Shane just made me aware. Okay, let me answer some of these live quickly. So Anonymous, have you extended the 4 deals on the platform? They're all funded. So yeah, so what happens with deals is they get funded in tranches. So the tranche is closed and then a new tranche opened. Just make a note there, Alex, if it says the 30th of November, we might have to change it because the new tranche is opened. But anyway, good catch if that's the case. Then what is the risk of a 2008 global housing crisis, market crash occurring? Were any safeguards put in place? Yeah, I mean, Leslie, I think there is quite a good risk of it, particularly in the stock market at the moment. It's very frothy. And I've learned the hard way. You've heard me stand on stage even tonight talking about medical, and then when COVID happened, medical took a hiding. So the way to get around that is Ray Dalio and diversification. You need the right information, the right partners. I spoke a lot tonight about risk and about investing in income opportunities. I think you're very exposed to a global housing crisis if you're in one country, one currency. But if you're diversified across different countries, different currencies, different assets, different partners, then that's why Ray Dalio says you reduce your risk by 80% and you increase your return by a factor of 5. So hopefully that helps. Need your help? Well, you're anonymous, so I don't know. I don't know what we're supposed to do about that. I'll anomalously help you. Is the 6K a year or a month? It's a once-off investment in yourself up front until you get at least 6K in passive income or portfolio growth. So it's win-win and it's alignment. Okay, so we've got discovery call from Anonymous. I'm not sure how we supposed to solve that problem, but anyway. Joy Abrams, I want a discovery call. Okay, so I'll just screenshot that for Joy. So Joy will reach out to you. Thank you. And then we've got the coach. I want to protect my wealth. So Joy, that's perfect. Is anyone going to answer my question? I'm trying now. So again, I'm not sure which question, Anonymous, but if you're still here, I'm happy to answer whatever I can. I would like to invest. Okay, so that's Joy. So Alex, we must reach out to Joy tomorrow. I want to be part of the mastermind. So yeah, that's Joy. I'm not a sophisticated investor, but I'd like to make passive income now from 6K up. How much do I need to make that monthly? So Joy, what we do with anyone is we sit down, if you're joining the mastermind, and we actually help you create a plan. So this is where you are, this is where you want to be, and we help you create a plan to get from A to B to be able to help that. I can't answer your question without putting in different variables. How have you managed to keep going for well over 3 hours without going for a pee? I have a UK buy-to-let in my investment portfolio. Would you suggest it being liquidated to invest in your platform for higher returns, or look at the best timing? So James, it's a great question. Again, I can't answer the question without doing the maths. But what we would do is we'd do the maths to be able to make a decision as to whether it's better to hold it, to sell it, whether that money could be better reinvested. That's what we call about portfolio optimization. So it's really, really important. But yeah, that's exactly what we have the mastermind for. And just by the way, James, that's one of the reasons we created the mastermind, because people are coming to me and asking me these questions. And I was like, I can't just sit around for free trying to help people do this. Whereas if they join the mastermind, then that we actually create a structured process to help people get the results they want. How is the income paid to me, monthly or yearly, and is it local country? Yeah, so it's paid into your digital wallet, and it depends on the deal. Some of it's paid monthly, some of it's paid quarterly, some of it's even every 6 months, and one of them's even annually. So every deal has different time frames, and it's paid directly into your digital wallet, and you're in complete control of your digital wallet, and you can do anything you want with your money. And is there local country tax to pay on the income? Again, as per my previous conversation, that depends on the country you live in and how you set yourself up. You need to pay the electric bill, mate. I'm not sure what that means, but anyway. Santi, there was a recording notification at the beginning of this. Does that mean I can assume that you will replay this? I don't know, Santi. Good question. We'll talk to the team. We haven't decided if we're going to play the replay. There's a lot of value in people turning up live, and the chances of people watching the replay. If you're anything like me, I sign up for stuff all the time and don't watch the replay. So I don't know. We'll think about it. If you're still here now, I'm happy to share the replay with you if you want to rewatch it a few times, because repetition's the mother of skill. But whether it'll be available for people who didn't turn up, I don't know. We'll have to think about it. And then Dan, what is the minimum investment needed with everything to think about being able to get involved and start? As a Dan, on the Wealth Migrate platform, you can literally get started from $10. So literally everyone has the ability to get started from $10. So we've tried our best to democratize access to everything that we've shared tonight. We truly believe that the three biggest things that stop people: I don't have the money, I don't have the time, I don't have the knowledge. We've solved that for people. You can start from $10. You can partner with people to get access to the knowledge, and we've shown you how quick and simple it is from a time perspective. Right, so that's the Q&A done. Now I'll bounce back to the chat. Malin said, do we get access to the family office through the mastermind to discuss personal tax, structure, setup, legacy? Yes, so Malin, that's exactly the logic. The mastermind, the family office is part of the mastermind. So anyone that joins the mastermind is that personal consultation, and partnership is what one gets as part of the mastermind. If starting from zero cash flow, roughly on average, how much would someone need to invest in projects to get 6K passive income? So again, Melinda, that takes a plan. We need to put a plan together in terms of that process. And that's what I said to you. We get clear on where someone is, like where do they want to be, where are they now, and then create a plan to get from A to B in terms of that process. Seb said, yeah.
Sorry, there's a question here in the Q&A that just popped up now from Anonymous. Is the 6, 12, or 24 income paid monthly or yearly? So speaking to the mastermind 6, 12, and 24 levels.
Yeah, so there's it's just remember that you're investing in projects, and different projects pay at different times. So it's paid, some are paid monthly, some are paid quarterly, some are paid every half, 6 months, and some are paid annually. So we're diversifying across different projects that pay over different time frames. So it depends.
Yeah, and I think also, just to add to that, I think it's also about the portfolio and the current need of the portfolio. So, sometimes portfolios need to have a bit of growth in them to get to a higher number, and you don't need income. And sometimes the portfolio needs to actually sustain some income. So it's kind of it's a difficult question to answer online, but maybe reach out to us, have a chat with us, and then we can have a chat about it.
Well, and again, that's why when we public like this, you can't give people financial advice, and it comes down to, what are the personal circumstances, etc., as per what you just said, Alex. And that's why we partner with the family office to help with the information. Seb said, would love the replay because you covered such a lot. Yep, I had one of my coaches online, and I'm fascinated to get feedback, but I have no doubt that I'm going to get into trouble for sharing too much. But yes, Seb, we will figure out a way to share the replay. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put the replay in Wealth University. So anyone that's signed up to Wealth University, maybe Shane, if you can just put a link in there, if anyone's not part of the Wealth University, they can go to the Wealth University and we'll put it in the Wealth University. You just have to sign up. It's free to sign up for the Wealth University, and you can get the recording there. Unless Shane's got a better idea, which he could easily have, by the way. I don't know. Carol said, hi there, how much is it to join the mastermind? Is the mastermind equal to the passive income that's currently running? So, yeah, Carol, look, we'll go into that more in the discovery call. But our 3 core values are trust, transparency, and alignment. And we don't take these things lightly. So alignment, our whole business is built on alignment. So even our fee model, our fee structure when you invest, the traditional financial industries, they make money by a percentage of what they manage. Now, whether your money goes up or down, they don't care. They just make their fees every year. We only make money after you make money. So we're a success-based company. It's the same with the mastermind. So someone makes an investment, let's just say it's $6,000 to be part of the 6K club, and then they're part of that until they make at least $6,000 in passive income or portfolio growth. And the logic is that it's win-win, because then everything else is free on the upside in terms of that process. So it's about alignment, it's about commitment, but it's different for different people at different levels. And I can see Sherry's still here, so that's funny. Can the payment frequency of each project be found on the fact sheet? So yes, every project. We also do a webinar on every project. And again, if you're part of the mastermind, we actually talk about it every month in the different deals. So we try and make it as transparent as possible so that people can figure it out. Carol, no problem. Thanks for being so open and honest with us. It's a pleasure. Look, I mean, I think sometimes, companies have values and, it's just a couple of words on a wall, but we really do live up and try to live up to trust, transparency, and alignment. And transparency is, we don't have everything figured out. We're a business like any other business. I often say to people, we're a digital platform with a human heart, and particularly the mastermind. We've got the education platform, which is the Wealth University. We've got Wealth Migrate, which is the investment platform. I believe that there's no point in education without taking action, otherwise it falls over. But there's also no point in having the investment platform without education, because then people aren't empowered, so it falls over. So that's why you need both. And then we created the mastermind to provide a human connection for people in the middle. Should I book a discovery call if I don't have a great amount to invest at this time? I don't know, Dan, is your honest answer in terms of, because again, some people, I don't have a lot to invest, might be $100, and other people, as Alex has said, it's the one guy had 10 million pounds and didn't think it was enough. So, different people constitute different things. Maybe just private message Alex or whatever, and we can reach out to you. Or even if you can make a note there, Alex, about Dan, and just reach out to Dan.
Yeah, we'll do so. We'll reach out to you.
Okay, so when I chatted with Paul, he said that I should do a 3-hour workshop, and I think everyone has probably had enough of diversification. They want to diversify me and switch me off so they can go and focus on something else. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. If you're still here, really appreciate your time. To the team, Alex and Shane and Shanika and Nick, thank you so much for all the support. It's at the end of the day, it's always a big team effort. To the community, I'm so grateful and blessed that I get to share what we do and all these gifts that we've learned from these wealthiest people, and that all of us now get to participate and copy them, and even better, sometimes partner with them. If you want to come on a journey with us in the mastermind, I would strongly recommend it. Cherie, it's incredible to have you the whole time, and I really deeply appreciate your time, and I look forward to your feedback, although I'm scared. And Alex, final words from you before I close out.
Can I go to bed now? No, Scott, it's always a pleasure sharing the screen with you, and seeing how we tweak and mold this organization. And tonight you've done great, and I'm just so I really appreciate everyone being online and actually sharing it with us, because, you know, our this is our passion. This is what keeps us up at night. This is what wakes us up in the morning. So it's just a pleasure sharing it with everyone. And, you know, Scott and I are both A-type personalities. So, you know, we're here to get everyone results. So tomorrow it starts. So let's, you know, let's actually, we've listened to Scott speak for 4 hours now. But I would urge and really ask everyone to actually now, you know, take action, and let's start getting you the results that everyone deserves. So yeah, Scott, that would be my 5 cents.
Awesome. And thank you. I didn't say thank you to Kelly as well. Thank you to all the help that Kelly's doing for us in the social media space and trying to share the message out in the social media space. Really, really appreciate that. So yeah, thank you to everyone. It's been wonderful. Great experience. Really enjoyed it. And as we go to the end of this year, let's take what Alex said about taking action. You know, I remind you a lot. You've got 2 options as you go into this festive period. Go in with anxiety and frustration, knowing that you haven't achieved your objectives and chances are you're not going to achieve them next year, or go in with a plan, with partners, and with a peace of mind. And I think they're 2 very different places to go to Christmas. And in simple terms, you know, that's why we're doing this now, to allow people to set themselves up for success in 2025. So come join us. If you enjoyed tonight and you know, want to come on a journey with us, come and join us. We truly gifted and blessed to have this incredible community. And if it speaks to you, we'd love you to be part of us. So anyway, have a wonderful evening, everyone.